know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's a threat. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and everywhere we go it leads to an open door. We made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back from you. I got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me, and know there is nothing, and everywhere we go we're leading to an open door. Keep me back, keep me back, keep me back.
looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Boris. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे मैं डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Look in my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than an average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. आज तो बुझाए मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees. Would you just surrender? Put your back down on your knees. I am the. Put your back down on your knees. Would you just surrender? 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. You know I'ma live by the team, I'ma fight by the team. If it comes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off, what's the leisure? Squad's always up, this teamwork, stream work. Chalo fir aa jao sare.
Welcome to the thrilling VCSA 2025, where the top teams from South Asia have a golden opportunity to showcase their skills and bring glory to our region at the prestigious VCT Ascension Pacific. This exhilarating tournament unfolds in 6 stages. Let's dive into the heart of the action with the qualifiers. In the VCSA qualifier, teams from India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, Afghanistan, and the Maldives will compete, with 4 premier teams directly entering the quarterfinals. Only 2 teams will earn their spot in VCSA 2025 Split 1 through a single elimination format. In Split 1, a total of 8 teams will compete. This includes 2 teams from the qualifiers, 2 directly invited teams, and 4 pre-qualified teams from VCSA Split 3 2024. They will engage in an intense round-robin competition over the course of 14 action-packed days. Only 6 teams will advance to Split 2, while the bottom 2 teams will face relegation. In promotion relegation, the 2 relegated teams will compete against 2 premier teams in a knockout round to secure their place in Split 2. Get ready for an unforgettable tournament filled with fierce competition and dazzling gameplay.
Give me my shot, give me my shot, give me my shot. Here comes the head. I don't give a damn, I don't care, I don't care.
Goes for another frag and BTS ahead of the support and offensive board.
Now watch me, get down. Give me my shot, 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 give me my shot. Get down.
1v2. The spike is sticking in. The after shot comes in, but Eden King takes him down. Velocity secures the
Give me my shot, give me my shot. Here comes the head. I don't care. Get down.
The extravaganza of week 1 is finally at its peak, ladies and gentlemen, as today we'll bring some insane clashes on VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025 Split 1. I'm going to be your host and caster, Scared Yet, and alongside me, there's a new face right now on the desk who you would normally see on the Hindi one. Spardas, my boy, how are you doing?
It is pretty crazy here. I've been on the Hindi desk for a while now, and it's time to tune with you. Like you said earlier, like you wanted to work with me, so like I'm here. Let's have some good Valorant discussion on the desk finally. The 2 Valorant maniacs, fanatics, whatever you want to say.
I'd have to say, right? And it's not just us who are Valorant maniacs out here. There's also S8UL, Global Esports,
Yes.
Reckoning Esports, Orangutan. And the fun fact is, these teams will clash up against each other. One of the most anticipated matchup that I had in my mind was definitely S8UL and Global Esports. Because these 2 teams, they're so very close to each other in terms of the overall standings itself. You can clearly see maybe just a couple of teams separating them. But anything could happen with just one win. S8UL can take that big leap.
Exactly. Like Global Esports Academy, they have played 2 matches. One, the last match they played against Asterisk. They lost the match against Revenant Esports. So the tougher opponent they faced, they lost to that. SATL on the other side, who are going to face Global Esports Academy today, they have faced 2 crazy of the opponents. One of being Reckoning, one of being Velocity, and for them, the things have not been easy. They are still looking for their first victory today, and by look of things, it has to be one of those games where anybody could take the series away. It has to be a 3-match affair for sure, because Orangutan Reckoning, another game where the Battle of the Goliaths have to be a 3-match affair in both the BO3s.
My oh my, I've been crying for those 3-match affairs, I'll have to say, right? Most of these games have been a 2-0 in so dominating fashion as well. We've seen some teams like Velocity, teams like Reckoning Esports, 13 owing a team like Aura, who are still trying, who are still struggling, while even the likes of OG, they've had records like 13-1. Whenever it comes down to those 3-map series, that is actually close. If I'm not wrong, that was directly the first series itself, and that was probably between Global Esports Academy and Revenant Esports, right? Since we're already talking about that, let's have a look at their roster itself. Lil Boy, Ryzen, Envy, Smokey, Kibo. This team has it's got a lot of potential, Global Esports Academy, but at the same time, you know, I feel that there are certain points where they need to get snappy, but they struggle.
With the team, they looked the most promising young lads, I would say, when they faced against Revenant Esports. Just because they had their default established, they were able to secure a map, but at the end, the experience always prevails, and Revenant Esports were able to take them down. But against the match against Asterisk and the highlight that we are witnessing, the thing was, Asterisk didn't know how to counter any of the individual battles. Ryzen, he's a star player. Kibo, he'll take you down anytime he wants to. And NV2K, man, he is a broken player on the duelist force. Give him a weapon, be it an outlaw, be it a judge, be it a vandal, he will take everybody down. That was a bigger challenge for Asterisk and a simpler one for Global. But today, their opponents are the one who are pretty veteran to the scene.
I would have to agree with you. Veterans to the scene, indeed. Techno, one of the best controllers of
Yes.
entire nation. A lot of people have already crowned him as the best controller in India. Helef, an IGL who's got experience. And if there's any other lad who I have seen improve, and that too so much, that has been Helef. I still remember back in 2024 or maybe towards the end of 2023, I used to mention that Helef really needs to step up his IGLing role. He struggles a lot in those clutch scenarios, sometimes even in terms of the aim itself. And the improvement he showed in 2024,
Yes.
consecutively getting into that grand finals of the VCSA. Yes, one step shy of stealing that trophy away, but maybe this time with all of these lads, he might be able to do that.
The amount of finales Helef has played is crazy. He was alongside Techno, by the way. So they have been together for a very long time. They know each other pretty well. But then, the addition of King Kappa and Mills. Mills has been one of those players we expected him to outshine everybody in the server, but he's still there trying to get his pace back up. He's not the one that we were looking out for from the first game itself. Yes, in the first match of Abyss, he was there showing some glimpses of greatness, but that's it. Not much to be said about it. The main guy that I want to see step up today is none other than Dizzy.
Oh
He
my
is
God,
the
that-
player who is struggling a lot lately. Like, he's constantly swapping roles. He played a Cypher, he played a Breach. The role is not defined yet for him. And he's still finding his grounding or footing in the team till now.
Yeah, I mean, there's no other point that I'd agree more on with you rather than this one where Disease, yes, he needs to play big time. It seems like he's still having those
Yes.
jitters, he's still on that struggling and receiving end. And at the same time, I did like the fact that you pointed out about Miz as well, where on the map of Abyss against the matchup of Velocity, he was doing an insane job.
Yes.
But he eventually just vanished in the next two maps of the series. And I'd have to say, this guy on Jet is so comfortable that it seems that his performance on Raze or any other agent per se is just not up to the mark at all. Because I was also looking at the record that he eventually put forward. So yes, it does seem to be the case. He's enjoying that one role, but he's struggling on the other one. But since we are talking about some specific roles, right? You mentioned about Ryzen himself of Global Esports Academy and how impactful he has been, and the stats say the same thing.
Thing between both these players are they both play Recon initiators. Ryzen, he's playing Fade, Helef, he's playing Sova, whatever their composition needs. But in all those clutch scenarios, I will still put my money on Ryzen because the way this lad is playing is clutching rounds after rounds. The damage per round, yes, the statistics on paper are the same. But the thing is, the individual heroics of Ryzen, they are a class apart. The 1v1 duels, the way he is positioning himself round after round, in all those scenarios where the team needs an anchor on the side, just look at these frags. Does not matter what type of weapon he has, does not matter what side he is playing, he's always there to step up for the team. Whereas Helen,
Yeah,
inconsistent. One map, hero. The other map, still trying to figure out what he needs to do.
to be honest, yeah, I'd have to say yes, because I was also seeing how Ryzen was probably one of the only most consistent player of Global Esports Academy.
Yes.
That lad was always stepping up, even against the solid matchups which they went up against, right? If I'm not wrong, that was VLT or
Yeah,
Revenant
even
Esports.
Revenant Esports,
Global
yes.
Yeah, Revenant Esports. So he was the man who was always on top in terms of those finishes, in terms of the assists as well. And assist is where I wanted to focus out more because, as you mentioned, they're both playing info gathering initiators, those recon initiators. In terms of the assist, Ryzen has got a big edge over Hedef, and I think so that could be a decisive factor as to which team gets more frags.
That is very true. Also keeping in mind, the way Sova and Fade works are very different. Yes, they both fall in the same category, but the way Helef has to play, he needs to make sure that he is surviving for quite some time to get the drone done, to get the recon done. And the way Helef has to adjust, he's still having a hard time on that agent. Whereas Ryzen, he looks very much comfortable with Fade. So, all overall, Global Esports Academy, they have made their ways that the players are comfortable with the agents they are playing. Whereas SATUL, they're still trying to figure out the individual roles till now. Disease, one match Cypher, other match he got into Breach. Helef, he was playing Breach on the map of Haven, he was playing Sova on the map of Lotus. He's still trying to swap roles. And this role swap is something that SLTUL needs to figure out very soon. Because if this continues for a longer time, you will not find your perfect playing 5 till now.
And to be honest, it just feels that at this point, Cypher is basically one of the cursed picks for SATUL because regardless of who's playing on that, they barely touch that double-digit kills as well. King Kappa, I remember seeing this man as well against Velocity Gaming. It seemed like that everything Disease was going through, King Kappa was going through the exact same thing. And it also comes down to the fact how, as on a Cypher, you really need to find your lurk timings. You need to find those individuals. You need to win those individuals. No one is going to set things up for you. No one's going to be flashing someone else for you. So it's a straight up dry peak 1v1 which you have to win. And that's where King Kappa and Disease are struggling.
And more than the lurk timings, this is more on the attacker side of things, where there has to be a structure around your ciphers. Like the 4 players are, for example, on the map of Haven. The Cypher's role is to take garage control and avoid any mid access that the opponent is taking. You have to just deny that with your camp, with your Cypher trace, with your cages, and keep them engaged. And if they're not taking mid, you just have to go to the garage, break some trips, call the opponent rotation, hear them what they're doing. You need to find the weak link, and Cypher plays a huge role in that. SATUL is still not finding those, what would you say, some meta around them. They are playing together as a team. If they are lurking, the timings are very off. The Cypher is only the one who's taking some contact in garage while the other team has not scaled up A long till now. All those things, those fundamentals somehow are still missing in SATUL. I just want to see them change, and this is something I would love to see they improve today.
Well, I know you've got a lot of questions out there, Spartus, but maybe some of them are going to be answered by the short interview, so let's move on to that.
Welcome.
Yeah, he joined. Okay.
Hello.
Fritz,
Hello,
I want
guys.
you to start.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Alright. Hello, Arubis. Hello, LF. Still looking for the first win, LF. Like, is it tough?
Yes.
Do you think you'll get it today? Yeah, fair. Could be 0-3.
I mean, let's see if we play good, we might get it today. But yeah,
What are the
it's not
issues?
tough.
I mean, I'd just like to put it out.
Right now, actually, naya team hai, so there are communication issues and people like the way we are trying to play the game. Not everyone is on the same page right now, so we are trying to get everyone on the same page. तो इसके लिए थोड़ा aim पे focus नहीं हो रहा है, comms पे ज़्यादा focus हो रहा है, तो इसलिए थोड़ा confidence low हो रहा है कभी-कभी. So yeah, that's some
Alright.
छोटे-छोटे points, small points.
Figuring it out as you go.
Yes.
Arubi, the last game you faced Asterisk and the scoreline was 2-0. And it was still close. Today you are going against SATUL and they're a new team. Any specific thing you want to take points on?
I mean, from our last performance, we as a team in general, we're just kind of disappointed how we were playing. Like, yes, we won, we closed it out, right? We didn't, fully mess up everything, but there was a lot of mistakes, a lot of things that we generally wouldn't do in a match, right? Or a lot of problems that we normally wouldn't have. So we kind of took some time, we addressed it as a team. That's not the performance that we want to have in general, so we're hoping to step it up for this match and keep it clean for the rest of the split.
Anyone from these 5 boys, which you are coaching, anyone, surprising you with his, X factor, you are very happy with his performance, anyone specific?
Yeah, I mean, I would say that Smoke has really been stepping it up recently, and so has Ryzen. Even though he is IGLing, he still generally performs really well. Both of them have had insane clutches, and the whole team's really been, stepping it up, putting in the work, putting in the effort, and it's been showing. So can't be prouder than that, really.
No doubt, Smokey and Rising doing a great, heavy lifting. But before we leave, one final for the Pookie, LF, brother. It's like अभी जो नए 3 player हैं, like you have 3 new players. इनके साथ कभी इससे पहले खेला है? You have played with them before?
No. Maybe.
And plus
like
now,
Pug.
I get it. But now you're wearing a jersey with this logo, and you know the pressure of this logo. लग रहा है justify हो रहा है. कभी मन में आ रहा है कि lineup should be, मैं खुद ही बनाता.
नहीं वैसा नहीं है, मेरे हाथ पे तो है नहीं. अभी मैनेजमेंट डिसाइड करते हैं लाइनअप एंड और वैसा कुछ नहीं है, प्रेशर नहीं है. ऑफ कोर्स वी आर प्राउड फील हो रहा है कि जर्सी हम लोग मैं स्पेशली पहना हूँ एंड या वही है, बस प्रेशर नहीं है, हैप्पीनेस है, एक्साइटमेंट है. एक फर्स्ट विन अभी लाना है एंड लाइक जीतना है. वैसे फर्स्ट विन नहीं, सब जीतना है.
No, good luck, Arbi, good luck, LF. आप जाइए, you guys can leave, and all good luck for the match. And I'm very excited, Fritz. I hope the boys are too.
Yeah, we definitely are excited. The crowd's super excited. Plus, over the fact now, even Helef recognizes the problem that his team is facing right now. I think so. That's also a very big step in terms of finding out those solutions. Plus, at the same time, now since we're on the topic of what might be the solution for some of these teams, I think so Global Esports Academy, I'm pretty sure are going to pick up Lotus.
For sure. They have played 2 series. Both the series, the only map they have won was the map of Lotus. 13-10 against Asterisk, then I think 14-12 against Revenant Esports. Yes, an overtime victory, but still a victory against Revenant Esports. So, hey, that's a big thing. Like taking Aziz and Antidote duo down, it is a huge accomplishment for these young lads. But then SATL on the other side. The map they won was just a map of Abyss. The last 2 Lotus they played, they struggled with 13-5, 13-4 scorelines against them. So, by the looks of things, it all comes down to the homework they have done. The map bans is the first thing. The first map ban, will SATL go for the first ban of Lotus? We are not comfortable with that, we just ban it. Opponent have won it twice, just ban it out. And if Abyss slips out, if Global Esports still bans the map of Bind, Abyss might be able to leak in, and that would be a real problem for the side of Global Esports Academy.
Because the last time they played on Abyss, they were not looking convincing at all. And also at the same time, there's the fun fact that you mentioned about the map of Lotus. That map was picked up by S8QL in one of their previous series against Revenant Esports. So they themselves decided, you know what, let's go ahead with it. Let's pick up that same composition that we're trying to practice, and let's maybe, move on, pick this one map up. So yeah, I'd have to say, in terms of now that you've got the lot of data to study against your opponents, you might as well want to ban certain maps out, but that also leaves room open for certain other maps itself, right? Like the map of Fracture also leaves out the map of Bind. So I think so we have seen Global Esports on the map of Fracture. Even though we love that map, I know Spartas, that's your favorite map, but still it seems that in terms of the basics, in terms of the fundamentals, Global Esports Academy are still lacking.
Kind of true, but yes, the type of coaches they have, and it's just not one coach. Like the Global Esports Academy must work with the seniors as well, right? The young players have the access to the the senior team too. So if they have some inputs on that, because that is something I would really love to know, if they are able to work with them, even scrim against the senior team. Because if they are doing that, that GEA is going to be one hell of a team to break against. But SATL, yes, everything comes down to homework. Third series, you surely need a victory today. Because if not, that promo relegation, that might be really, really dicey for them then.
Yeah, because if anything, they're probably in the bottom 3 right now. So, of course, looking for that, not even just a match win, even a map win. That's where SATL is struggling. So, I do like the point where you mentioned, I'm going to pick back up on it. If Global Esports Academy have got the access to scrim against the main lineup of Global Esports. Because, if I'm not wrong, something similar was used by Evil Geniuses back in 2023 when they picked up that trophy as well. That was probably a time where PaperX was one of the strongest, if not the strongest team in the entire Valorant circuit. Because just how chaotic they used to play, man. You could never really catch a break on there. So, yes, I think so in terms of the potential access, Global Esports Academy has the highest. But at the same time, I still want to bring the conversation back down towards the players. We were talking about how important it is for Disease to step things up. I think so one of the main reasons why Global Esports Academy was successful on the map of Lotus, even against Revenant Esports, has been Smokey and the way how he plays that Sentinel.
And that is very true. Like, the way the map of Lotus works, it is divided into 3 segments, to be honest. One is the A rubble, the second is the C mount, the third is the A backside. These 3 areas are something which the defender needs to control a lot. Any of these 3 areas goes in completely in the side of attackers, you are losing it out. So you need to figure that out, that if Lotus comes into the play, first of all, that has to be pretty clear. But okay, SATL yet again letting the map of Lotus slip out, and Global Esports Academy, their first ban was the map of Abyss. So the homework seems to be better on the side of GEA, at least as per the map veto.
Yeah, I'm seeing that now come into play. Understandable. But at the same time, the next map is going to be of Bind. I don't know how good it's going to be. SATL, they haven't really shown anything on the map of Bind till now. The only 3 maps that they've played are Haven, Lotus, as well as the Abyss, where Abyss was looking very convincing. So again, this map is something new out of their hat, which we were not expecting. But as far as the map of Lotus goes, yeah, I'm pretty sure that we are on the same page where we think it's going to be 1-0 in favor of Global Esports Academy. Still very soon, very early to say that. But now I want to talk a bit more about that lineup, right? Talk me through about that T1 composition that SATUL is bringing.
The way that composition works, you have a Sova for an initiator. So Sovas are not something which we are fond of on the map of Lotus. You need something different, maybe like a Fade to get the Prowler on the backside and something like that. And that ISO composition generally is to just chip damage with a Paint Shell to take the early Rubble. What SATUL does, they try to fight on that Rubble space with 3 different agents with the lineups missing out of the play. There is no late Recon for that A Rubble, there is no late Shock Dart. But hey, that is the way SATUL trying to bring things up, and it is not working out. But Global Esports Academy, something which Fnatic built in 2024, they are still using that. The only replacement is Killjoy getting out of the equation and Wise coming in, because Wise, in the current state of agent pool, it is the most broken agent.
I'd have to say,
It is the best sentiment.
Yes, I agree. Can't really deny that, because specifically of those Razor Vines, right? As soon as they're dropped, they're activated, you cannot move. Just stand there, basically crouch down, try any shenanigan you want to, until and unless you've got something like the Omen Shrouded Step or maybe the Tailwind of Jet. So it's definitely bringing a lot of utilities on the table, and I think so with the structure and with the fundamentals that have been defined for over what 400 days now on this map, Global Esports Academy are doing pretty decent justice to this composition, bringing that Viper in, going in for those late lurks in the form of either Wise or Viper, and then having control of the map. But what about that util dump? That's my main question. Do they have enough util like the Teho Breach composition to steal that Rubble control away from SATUL? Because we have seen how eager they always are to take that Rubble in the first 15 seconds of the game.
It is still pretty good enough. You have a Fade, right? The C's, the Paint Shell combination definitely works out. We don't need anything else on the Rubble, because all you need is just 3 seconds halt. You don't let the attacker slip out in the first 3 seconds, you are good to go. The Dark Hour will come into the play, the Paranoia will come into play, the Paint Shell will do the rest of the job. Everything can work out with those 3 utilities, so you don't have to work it differently. But again, on the other side of SATUL, it has to work around, like instead of a Fade C's, you have an ISO undercut. It works the same, it decays the player, it led them to just hold back a bit because the damage is double in that vulnerable. So that Paint Shell is still more effective. But what do you do after that? That Recon from Sova that comes from the B side and lands on the top of the Rubble tree area. Something that is out of the view of the attackers. So if they try to dive in, they're still gonna be scanned. This is something which Fade does a lot, that the Recon, the reveal of the Fade, the Haunt, lies on top of the map, so that you are not able to break that thing out. That thing is missing in SATUL. The first 3 to 10 seconds of your defense inside defaults tells a lot about your preparation, and SATUL, they still need to figure that out, because there is no other way to use this comp. You need that early Rubble control, and if you are not taking it, that A backside is your friend. You have to hold that A backside with something, maybe like an Raze Paint Shell, the Raze still standing strong and someone playing the drop angle, or maybe just pushing out a smoke from heaven. Because if you give up Rubble and then you give up A side, it's a free territory and a free map for the opponents.
True. I agree, because also on this map, right, it's not just the entire team of it's not just some comp itself, but rather the entire team that eventually faces struggle in terms of those frags too. Miz on the Raze, as we've always talked about, he does not look very comfortable, and also the other players like Disease. We can talk about these strategies all evening, but eventually it is the frags that count, so you have to step that game up as well.
The frags, that's the main part. The frags automatically follow when you have a good default. When you know what every player needs to do in the certain sequences of the round, because Valorant is divided into 3 parts. The early phase of the utility, the first 40 seconds of the early default, and then the mid-rounding of the game, and then it's all about the post-plant if the opponent reaches that. So the early 40 seconds, the utility, the recyclable utility that you have, how you use them. And if you pick a composition that is used by the Masters winning team, you need to learn their executes as well at the same time. What T1 does so special that the Sova is so broken for them. Yes, T1 struggled against G2 on the map of Lotus. They got a thrashing defeat, because that is G2. They are one of the best teams. And that was a hard counter. Like they know, okay, they drop a recon to the top. Fine, let the recon come in. Second pulse, we push on the second pulse. We don't wait for second pulse, we push on the second pulse. Let them take us off guard. The way the counter starting work is very different. But here, in the tier 2 circuit, you need to get your defaults right first. And all I want is SATUL to get their defaults done right. Because if you are not able to do them, getting to the top 4 of VCSA is going to be very difficult because the competition this year is very, very high.
I agree, because all those points that the first 4 teams will get will eventually drop down to quite a low amount in the bottom 4 too. Even if you are on 5th and 6th place, you still need to end up at least in the 2nd or 3rd place for the next 2 splits in order to qualify, because you don't really know what the cutoff actually is going to look like. You'll always have to be, like predicting as to what sort of basic cushioning you need to have to eventually get to that Ascension playoffs. Now, I do understand that fact. That's why this match becomes even more crucial, not just for SATUL, but also for Global Esports Academy, because they've only got 1 win. They're still trying to search for that consistency, still trying to search for that one cushioning, which is going to solidify their position in the top 4. Because I think so breaking into top 3, I don't see that's how that's going to be pretty easy, right? Because I'll be very honest, when the entire VCSS started, I thought maybe, alright, yes, we've got one very broken team, Velocity, obviously. We've still got another team, Revenant Esports, Antidote, and his experience. Reckoning, I was pretty skeptical about it. This team is going to perform, if the players are going to gel up really well together. Man, on day 1, VGG out from every other person while giving the call outs. I was like, sure, I'm done. This is top 3 teams for sure.
Like, BGG is one of those players who plays a controller and initiator sometimes, but with a sniper rifle. BGG always has an outlaw, a marshal, an operator, while on the attacker side of the map. I don't know how this guy is doing it. I asked Ricky the last time I got a chance to talk to him, and he was like, yeah, he is pretty good with the operator and with the scopes. He does not miss a thing. So just why not? So by the look of things, they are pretty good in form. And yes, we are talking about Reckoning because the second match of the day is Reckoning against Orangutan. So that will be a great watch as well. But hey, the first game of day number 6, it is SATUL against Global Esports Academy. The map of Lotus and the agent pool has changed. SATUL has done something different, which I don't think I have ever imagined in my dreams. Viper Roman with a breach Teho Yoru.
Okay, so they're like, you know what? Let's throw Wise out. Let's put Miz on another new duelist this time. He's played Neon, he's played Raze, he's played Jet. He has not really been looking so solid on that race, but I'm excited to see how he's gonna look on this Yoru. Now I'm hopeful. Plus, in terms of the entire util dump itself, I like this composition very much. You've got the Paranoia, Snakebite, pair it all up with the Guided Salve. Always got that Fault 9 that's up for grabs. I think so. This comp itself on paper can do really well, but what, or rather how will Global Esports Academy counter it? That's going to be the main point of action, as we might possibly see a B aggress from SATUL.
I'm happy what SATUL has done today. They picked up a comp earlier, did not work out. The players were not comfortable with their ISO arrays, Cypher setup. Leave it out. And that is something you need to do as a team. If your players are not comfortable with them, make a composition that works around your players right now. Because that is what is needed. And Miz on that Yoru, I just want to see how does he play that agent in the first half. Because the most annoying thing for a Yoru player is just rotating left and right while the opponent is just making slow contact to the side. And right now, he's just holding that A back, just trying to jiggle out for some information. Gets nothing because Global Esports Academy, they are just slowly crawling their way up to A.
Yeah, going in for those contact plays. Techno is just constantly jump peeking mount to maybe see someone. But they're still holding down the angle of B. They still think this might actually be a B hit. So it's all just Miz down alone out there. He might want to catch one and then he'll be out of there. Already seen damage being dealt, and eventually they'll have to just give up on that space. Quite a decent amount of utility still remaining for them to go in for the re-clear of this one. They've got Disease with full util. There were a couple of players have been detected. LF on that road. should have an idea. An aggressive positioning of Envy. Not something that you'd want to see, but what an anticipation from SATU. There's a player down drop. Can they catch him though? It's Lil Boy first who's falling. Ryzen all alone now in 1v3. Can only catch two max to max. Disease with a classic headshot. Gets a nasty pistol for his team.
Good round from SATUL. A 1-4 start towards the seaside, and all Miz needs to do is gather information and just survive. He did that to perfection, and Global Esports Academy, they thought that A is a free territory. Little they know this was all a trap by SATUL in the first round itself. Because 4 players coming on the retake with all the utility in the world. There is no way the attacker side will anticipate so much of a util dump, and SATUL winning the pistol, getting that weapon upgrade. But for a surprise, there is no Vandal out till now. It is just Spectres, Bulldog, Guardian, Outlaws. So they are not really preparing for the next bonus round. All they are focusing is anti-eco.
Yeah, or maybe they eventually want to just rely on their sheer utilities. Maybe that's going to get them 1 or 2 picks out there when they want to go in for the retakes. For now, playing aggressive towards the rubble. Couple of players out here. Techno is just ready with the paranoia on the contact of Miz. They're just gonna hold it down. A good drone in this mid round. Clearing out Mount, so their players know that this push is gonna come in. Paranoia catching not 1 but 3, and it's a meat grinder. Techno catching 2, and so will Miz. Still down to 1 last player. Nice flash, and Miz catches a running Lil Boy. This time the Soman cannot run away. Not even to his Viper.
And anti-eco will convert it. Not a weaponry loss as well, it's just Techno who got taken down. But now what do you do in this round is what is the most important one from the side of SATUL. Because Global Esports Academy, they will have sufficient buy. But now what they need to figure out is everybody needs to be on the full shield. Because you have heard the outlaw. There are still 2 players on half shield, so Ryzen and Smoke A have to play fully passive.
Again, taking that aggressive rebel control with a guided salvo. You know what? Shield does not matter if King Kappa's gonna land in those headshots with the outlaw. A bit of damage. Yep, it indeed is criminal. He just casually walks out of B main, takes 1 player down, and that's wise. And he's like, alright, cool, bye-bye smoker.
I don't know when was the last time I saw a sniper rifle pushing B. Until it was a chamber.
Today he was old.
Yep, the first day on the English desk, and it is just a prize. Still now, and Envy is good for 1, but Disease. Somehow, all those 3 players did not spot a single pixel, yet 2 frags were delivered.
Yep. A bit of damage dealt on both the sides though. Only 80 HP for Disease.
I'll handle this.
Here. But this Dimensional Rift now is going to give out a lot of information. Guess what? They've spotted everything. They know what's coming. And King Kappa is just super ready with that. They're just basically stuck now. Global Esports Academy, they've got nothing. They're going to lose these 2 rifles as well unless individual kicks in, which I don't think so is going to happen.
But again, boy, good fun. Can he get taken but no Helef? With the Spectre takes him down. Kibo still in a 1v3, and Helef will run it down. SATUL converting their bonus round, and this is something you don't expect every other day. A compositional change, and SATUL, they have started with a banger.
It indeed is a flawless shebang. And this is again based on this sheer utility that this composition can offer. Fault line into the guided salvos, Techno TPing over the top on rubble. They're just ready to fight out that space. And Global Esports Academy, they do not have enough utility to try and fight or brute force their way. They have to wait it out and then re-clear that space. The Paranoia was there even during the recoil, and guess what? They're doing the exact same default in every round. SATUL, they're just conditioning the players back and forth as they move towards C, and King Kappa this time is ready to welcome them with his outlaw towards C.
Wherever they go, they see him. I think that has to be that line right now.
Yep.
Oh, let me walk B. Ha, outlaw. Let me walk C. Ha, outlaw.
Outlaw.
This is very annoying if you are a Global Esports Academy fan right now, because It is just Outlaw doing all the damage. Now, all three players spotted. The fourth have to be right there. King Kappa, he will be told to go back. But since you have a good utility on the side and good weaponry, there's nothing to worry about. King Kappa still holding the angle to the Outlaw. And another one could be there, but Lil Boy, he snaps King Kappa head out of the way.
That's a nice shot though, but 3 players moving all the way towards spawn. Oh, lovely pop flash. Not just one, catches both of them, and Hellef provides a perfect cover for the team. That is so brilliant. S8UL, good discipline. And now Lil Boy holding down the angle of main. Now he can't really provide any kind of cover. It's again both individuals now. Ryzen with the stinger up close. No util to work around with apart from just a smoke by Lil Boy. Sends out the horn, catches absolutely no one. Aftershock goes in, Ryzen. He's just stunned up in one place as Lil Boy cannot even see his death approaching as Techno walks in from side. 4-0 start by S8QL, and this is so good for their economy sparders. They're still carrying forward 4 Vandals.
I just want to see King Kappa going on the operator now, I believe. The sniper supremacy is going on, so why not give us another big boy gun to him? They must have a buy, right? Disease can drop an operator, I believe. Yep, he has 6,000 credits, so it can work out if they want to get the sniper as the anchor. Because what S8UL lacks in this composition is a side anchor. Generally, it's the wise, but look at the op. It is in the hands of Miz now. And Miz, he's going to break the door and play that off angle for the Rebels. There is no way in the world S8UL is going to expect that. And King Cup on the side is trying to walk in, but NV2K gets the first frag. And Lil Boy shuts down Techno, who was ready for the trade. 15 seconds into the round, and Global Esports Academy have put over the C-side.
Nice approach this time from Global Esports Academy. Oh, Miz, unfortunate for him, could not land in that shot. Risky out there though, and Envy. He's also got the showstopper available along with Ryzen's Nightfall for the post plant. So this should very well be a call by S8QL to maybe go in for the save as Disease gets the head of Envy, so that showstopper is out of the place, but Hellef, can he catch one? Shoulder has been spotted. Bibo now understands that the man is also calling in the support for Smokey, who will eventually take him down. A Nightfall as well invested as Miz. He just wants to try and still make that play all the way down to 1 HP. Is Lil Boy now immovable in that spot with the Razor Vine under his feet. And it's still going to be Global Esports winning out that round, and that too very convincingly. Seems like the adjustment for this round worked out really well. Miz is just going to deliver a blow to Lil Boy on the head, but that's just for an exit.
Another good round. But again, if you look at it, the way this round started, it was all duels was something that King Kappa lost, and he tried to be over-eager with that, and S8UL was ready to punish this time, and Envy taking things in his own hands. So this is a good start from Global Esports Academy, but again, one of those rounds where S8UL tried to be aggressive on a certain area, got punished. But this time, if you look at the minimap, that A is a passive rebel control, while the operator and triple stack towards C yet again, and S8UL. They think they have a read, but nah, it's not going to work out because they util them towards A, and then nobody play on back of it.
Yeah, that's also the fun fact, right? You can basically just create those question marks in the minds of Global Esports Academy. It's only just a couple of utilities, but you don't know how many players are behind that. But I do like this confidence from them, casually walking behind their own Viper wall and then re-clearing that space. So they basically gained control of that entire area, but Mound is still going to remain in the hands of S8QL for as long as Techno is going to drop that one way. No one there to challenge it. Lovely shot from Miz. The ball drops, and so is the head of Envy. Just out there, standing in the open. The question is, how many players has Miz spotted?
Well, now Hellef, he's in a very rough spot. He has to respect the utility, but again, Global Esports Academy are not able to get into the side, and Miz, he's ready with the op. He has a perfect off angle, and he will deliver the shot. Okay, could not do a thing. At 30 seconds remaining on the clock, they have to pivot towards A side. The breach, do we have a stun? Disease? If we had that utility, that round could be fairly over, but now the flash and the aftershock combination coming into the play. Another operator from Miz, a 3K for the lad. And this is what I was talking about. SATL got punished the last round, but this time they played with discipline, and discipline always works out. 3k for Miz, a double for King Kappa, and the 4th round for SATL.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Spartus. I believe this was the second dimensional drift for Miz. The lad is going 10 and 1.
Exactly.
He's just playing out of his mind right now. And yes, in the previous one, he could not land in that operator shot. But this time around, his flicks have been on point. Global Esports Academy, they've got no space around the map apart from just rubble control. And when they try to rotate over towards the B, the time that they've spent was enough for those guided salvos to come back online. They are not really contesting the members of SATL on the other parts of the map. So they've got so much utility over towards that later stages of the round that you can't go for those last second pivots.
This is something that needs to be discussed with the coach now. Because Global Esports Academy, man, the last 2 was the map of Lotus. One overtime, then other the 13-10 victory. SATL letting them pick this map yet again. But little did we know, we were in for a big surprise from them. Hellranger and team, the way they have worked this time around, it is pretty phenomenal because the composition pretty good right now. Mills doing his job perfectly well on that Yoru role as well.
Yep. Doing a pretty solid job, I'd have to say. Again, they're kind of force buying into this one, Global Esports Academy, with a Vandal, with also a Bulldog, Phantom, Stinger. Alright, they've dropped that one down for a Marshall though, with a full shield. Still got that showstopper available for the entry. Smokey one away from the Steel Garden. I want to see them play for that orb. Be it for the Mount, be it for the Rubble. Displace that wall down, so no one's going to be pushing out of that sea. Or maybe, wait a second. Was that wall triggered? That's my question.
I really don't think so. But okay, Envy. If you look at him, he is right there on the faces with the showstopper. Will not do any damage, but now they have the entirety of the side. The thing is that Oman will give the information, but now the pinch, that pinch has to be a pretty good one from the side of SATL.
Hold on. The drone that was used by Helef, it has not scanned Smokey. He might have a timing behind it.
Why is playing the late lurker till now? He's pretty late to the main, and the way Smokey gonna work, he just have to play the last man standing, but Lil Boy, he finds Techno first track down, Miss King Kappa trades left and right. Kibo is trying to get a big Helef, takes him down. Helef from the sidelines gets another frag. SATL. Did they have time?
Oh!
Much? 0.6, 0.9?
Show me that timer. 0.08.
Oh,
That is super mad, man. SATL almost bringing themselves back from the brink of defeat. Global Esports Academy are probably going to be banging their tables by watching that. If only just a few more seconds were bought. But I'd have to say, I mean, I was having so many hopes for Smokey after he was just not scanned there. But he if I'm not wrong, he just threw out his Razor Wine, which eventually got the attention of King Kappa on that angle. And that's why he was picked off. But we'll talk about that a bit more later. As again, Techno, how many times has he jumped onto this one angle on top of Rubble, and how many times he has been caught with that? And it's not just one, it's all the dump of util with the flashes, salvos, and it's just a meat grinder one more time.
I just love it from SATL right now. Yes, I was the one who was criticizing them a lot in the PDS. And I am the one who is super happy right now. The scared. This is something I told you, right? Get your defaults right on the first place. And this is how you play the map of Lotus. A first initial fault line, 3-second spot for your attackers, for your defenders to move into the place. And Techno just using that shout step on the top of the rubble. Crossfire setup in the first 3 seconds is what's needed in the past. Today, they are doing it pretty well. And Techno, you give that lad a 1v1, he is definitely going to hit that first shot. Disease, 4 frags, yes. 12 assists to that man. 12. It's been 8 rounds.
Lovely. You know what? I think so. SATL have figured out the mantra for this one. just don't play Sentinel. And the Cypher curse catches no. Lovely shot. Again, aggressing over towards the mount. And if you are Global Esports Academy, how do you stop that? Because I don't think so there's any way.
Well, don't try to take a place by yourself when you have a team composition which consists of a Fade and a Vice. A Pop Flash for Mount, a Prowler for Mount. Take space because you know the opponent is there with a huge economy, so they must be opping at certain points.
Yep.
This is something they need to figure out because right now they look like they are struggling with the communication, I believe.
Possibly.
Because this is something which Global Esports, these mistakes should not be made. C-Mount, A-Rebel, these are the two zones which are heavily fought. Dry peeking those zones without shooting is criminal, and so is Ryzen right now. Trying to get the space towards B, get shut down. And this operator will land yet again. The peak crash is just perfect, and one of the reasons we love your win, right? The deception all around.
Quite narcissistic for you to say that, but it's fine. But I agree. That's one of the reasons why we do love your roommates. Constantly providing those fakes. My man has got another dimensional drift, and he uses that. That's the third one in what? 9 rounds in the game. This 9th round is still not over. Position found out. Armageddon used up. There's no way they could eventually survive, but they still go in for the fight. Headshot ding. Call bang, but it does not matter. My man jumps back into the Armageddon. This is such a good util usage from S8UL. And they're just demolishing Global Esports Academy right now on their map pick.
Smoke had an option. Who do you give the ult of? Techno or Helef? He was like, nah man, I'm out with the gun. Let me just go back. Because the amount of util dump this team has to face to get to the side is phenomenal right now. S8UL. 8th round on the defender side of Lotus.
My goodness.
Is this a timer from them? Are we sure about it?
No.
See, this happened. Sorry to cut you off, Skate, but if you remember, like this was something which Revenant Esports did in the past. They were thriving on the map of Pearl, I believe, and all of a sudden, Antidote calls a timeout. And we were like, yeah, maybe someone has to have some water. They want to try something different. Water break,
or you know. Maybe it's like maybe it's a washroom break, or maybe it's just so that players don't really overheat now. You're like, all right, boys, calm down. We've been constantly getting those rounds, nice, good momentum, but also we need to keep the discipline back in. Disease, I'm super happy with Disease, man. 4-2 and 12. That's something I can't really constantly mention without being happy. This is so good. This is such a big step up. I've been seeing how much this man has been going through mentally, and this is going to be a big boost for him. It's not just for him, but also for Miz. 16-4 and 3. He is kind of giving me the same flashbacks of the Jet performance he had on the map for this.
All the question marks that we had on S8UL, their players, they are turned into exclamation marks now. It is so brilliant from them. Just look at this. Perfect pop flash play will be the way. Rolling Thunder takes the C-Mount, and now the operator has been posted. There is nothing to worry about, Miz. Yep, you can go for an aggressive shot. They just have stingers. But now the Vice Flash finally coming into the play, and this is what I was talking about. Avoid dry peaks, get a flash down, cause that's a recyclable ability for Smoke A. You pop flash Yoru out of the play, now you know the C operator, the anchor has to fall back. And this is something which Global Esports Academy needs to figure out. You sent someone back, you must have heard a TP, at least a Yoru flash at the first place. Should scale up to the mount by now. But now they are a little late to the party, and Miz easily posted to the op, and he will deliver again. The timing is everything, and Miz, he has it, the best in the world right now.
One more. Alright. It's gonna try to take a wild shot there, gate crash out. But it's already posted King Kappa. The fade effect. King Kappa gets one before running back towards the waterfall. Now this is, oh my goodness! So good for Helef. I was just about to say that this is good for Global Esports Academy. These stingers are good at close range. Viper Split provide you exactly that, but Kibo 30 HP, maybe another spam. Please don't get this one down. Disease catches one. It's all down to Lil Boy. This was a scrappy buy for them, but they're still trying to get so much as Miz jumps over the boxes to deliver that shorty on his head. Literally. I don't know why it's still a body shot, but it's okay.
I just want to see a headshot from shotgun, to be very honest. Because the amount of pellets that come out of that gun, how do you calculate it's the headshot or the body shot?
Call Damara for that.
Makes sense. That does make sense, to be honest. But hey, SA duel 9-1 up the first half, and it is the defender side of the map of Lotus, and it is the map pick by Global Esports Academy. Yes, there is a tech pause, which might work out as the breather for GEA right now, but they need more than just breathers as of now. The timing is very off. The plays, it is not working right. Miss. And the luck from side of SATUL, it is even better. The perfect spam, just look at this.
Oh my god.
Spamming left and right, at least 60 bullets coming to the same zone. Few will definitely hit you for sure.
And they just needed one because he was down to 30 HP. So, all's well that ends well. Now, I you know, before this map was starting, I also wanted to say that Techno, in terms of how he performs on any other map versus how he performs on Lotus, he struggles a lot here, right? Because on Haven, you would always see this man top fragging, always being on top in the kill leaderboard. It seems like Haven is his playground, but then again, on the map of Lotus, yeah, not so much. And as compared to all his other performances, 6, 5, and 6, even though he's positive, yes, you could still say that he's been, you know, not that crispy. But if you look at all the other teams, right, the entire record of Miz, 18, 4, and 3.
Exactly.
Yes, it looks like he's super flashy, he's doing it alone, but trust me, with the util that's been provided to him by Disease and Helif, along with Techno, has been so crucial for his success.
They are just setting Miz up every other round. I guess since round 3, the Miz operator was online, and since then, it has not taken down. That operator is working phenomenally well for them. It is something that SATUL needs to figure out, even in the later rounds, that how you're going to use that operator, because this is something which I wanted to get countered pretty early, but the way Miz is positioning himself, the aggressive op, the passive op, and GEA, despite the fact they have 2 agents that denies the operator so well, they are not able to get rid of Miz till now.
Again, it's the main part, right? Because you mentioned about that flash play in towards the mount. Yes, I agree. Good, nice. You use that utility. But again, it's not just the util that you have to use. You have to scale up behind it. They use the flash there, but no one scaled up on it. They were just still standing there holding it out. I don't know, man. Maybe wondering for another trap play or like the second set of trap play. But still, someone had to at least jump peek to see if that area is open or not, so that they could go forward, retrieve that flash, use the Hauntan flash on side to force Miz out of the position which he was holding. Because after they used the flash second time on mount, they had nothing to use, or they had nothing to push him away from that off angle. And that's why he got that another opener pick, and then eventually just gate crashed out. That was the early advantage. So again, Global Esports Academy, they are making some mistakes which we were not seeing from them, but I think so it's also SATUL who have now conditioned them to make those mistakes.
And this is something which affects the confidence, I believe. Because Global Esports Academy would be in a good, I would say, run if they were able to get some few rounds on board, and they would be the one just running it down with the composition they have. We'll see NV just double saturating into the side, taking some crazy duels. But since they have lost so many rounds, the confidence is down bad. And maybe that's the reason that they are not able to make the plays they were used to. This young squad is struggling a lot right now. Kibo, Ryzen, NV, nobody is able to perform.
Yes.
Where are they?
These 3 players are the one we always look out for, but today in their own map pick, they are not able to set themselves up.
And you know, I just love it from SATUL so much. I'm pretty sure that they've done some of the anti-stratting for this map against Global Esports Academy.
I'm sorry, Escape, but just look at Techno. But 0 util throw. he dragged TP to the rubber because he know no one is coming out.
It's again on the back of that fault line as well as the guided salvo. You can't
The
really
fault line is
cross
not
it.
used. Did you look
Oh
at
my
disease?
goodness, that's crazy. Now he uses it. Lovely.
They have conditioned their opponent so well that
Yep.
Techno is doing whatever he wants to do right now.
That's the strength of this comp. Or rather, that's the strength of S8UL. And why is King Kappa on the operator right now? That's the funniest part. You've got the Steel Garden available for Smoke A, which was basically available in round number 5. And they're using it right now, but it's absolutely fine. Still gonna push a couple of people away from that. Lovely Helef. Holds it down to the last second.
30 seconds
To maybe
left.
just slow down that push, but it's fine. They're still gonna scale up. What do they have now to probably stop this push? They've got a paranoia to work with. Oh, Kibo plays aggressive, but eventually cannot catch more than one as Mrs. Ripe Peaks catches the second. And Disease is there for the trade for Smoker as he wanted to go and equalize the odds. Oh my, oh my. Global Esports Academy. They can't catch a break. This is so good from S8UL.
The map of Lotus, it is so attack oriented that we are so used to those comebacks on the attacker side of the thing. But if a team is struggling so much on the
Last
attack,
round in the half.
this map is already over. 10-1 on defender side. There are no rounds remaining for Global Esports Academy to do something on this map. They got a good side hit, they have everything planted, they were onto a post plant. But Kibo, he gets ahead, he gets one frag, but again that miss. Just look at him. Perfect trade. Disease, he's so well positioned on the back of things. Helef, so perfectly timed. These things, the double swings, the contact plays, knowing where a teammate is swinging. All those things are working so well that GEA looks like might be able to get the second in this round, in this map, I believe.
Oh! You wanted to see a headshot with a shotgun. Guess what? King Kappa has probably heard you. Swaps out that weaponry and at such a long range. Denies the showstopper as well. It's another dimensional drift. The 4th one in this half. And they've got so much more utility to back him up as Helef catches one through wall bang. He just runs out in front of Lil Boy. Miz is so high on confidence that you cannot catch a break at all. 2 players on site. Nowhere to go. The claw is tightening up even better. Kibo with a nasty shot now. That's going to give them some breathing room. But for how long is another util being dumped? Helef so good on that trade. S8UL 11 out of the 12 rounds. They did not get them. They just obliterated Global Esports Academy to steal them away.
Last time they played a game of this caliber was on the map of Abyss, on their opponent Velocity. But hey, Velocity never played Abyss. Velocity had a really hard time on Abyss. So S8UL, they had a cakewalk on that map. But now they are performing the same level of destruction on Global Esports map pick. The Global Esports Academy, where they have won their last 2 interactions on the map of Lotus. And S8UL have destroyed them on the defender side. 11-1. And now when the half have swapped, all S8UL needs is to win the pistol to close down this map.
19 freaking assists for Disease is madness. It is just madness. And they've used the early utility now to deny any kind of space to the other side. Global Esports Academy, they're just so scared. They can't even take the space. And you can't really play this composition without taking any kind of space away.
Poison's off.
Mount control, it's already established. And they've also taken the rubble control. The entire map is turning red. It's for S8UL.
Toxin screen
They can
down.
go wherever they want to right now. Opens up the door. Envy, he knows there's nobody in trees as of now. But now, a fake gate crash showing the presence of at least 2 players. This will let them think that you are not allowed to rotate as Global Esports Academy. There might be 2 players. One could be Viper, the other gate crash. And the way King Kappa is working, he has the perfect timing, he has the perfect lurk. But now Helef,
Locating target.
the drone, into the side, checks the left, the DK is out of the way. Helef with the perfect frag, they have got their opening duel, Wise on the backside. Has the flash. But a
Oh,
King
King
Kappa
Kappa.
on the back lines. Missing.
It's fine. Nice shots from Lil Boy.
Planted.
Takes care of that one person now. Even though he's down to 35 HP, but so is Mist down to 20. The question is how much they've got to try and retake. He's got a paranoia to work around with. No second layer of lurk coming in.
Shadows traveling.
But they still can go for this retake.
Paranoia deployed, but miss. Right in the face. Lil Boy takes him down. Good frag. The clock is ticking in. Hellboy have a huge responsibility to play, and he will. Takes down Smokey. Disease with the contact play. S8UL.
Match point.
Map point.
I'm all out.
Yeah, they all just flooded out of the spawn together from that one smoke. I think so. I kind of wanted to see a couple of players running out down the waterfall as well. The paranoia. It was just again. I thought maybe this pistol round was going for Global Esports Academy, but that was just not the case. And you know, I kind of want to bring that point back to that door being opened over towards the A side. I think so that was just so that they can send in that gate crash inside the tree and then use that to take some noise out there. But just because Envy was positioned down behind that one tree, he could have given out the call as well. That's fine right now. Running it down with Bucky. Along with Stingers, 4 Spy with the half shields across the board, just one full with the Bucky. Please don't tell me he's gonna get another dimensional drift in this map.
He hopes he does not. Because that would mean you have to play another round. Although, he is pretty close. Like 3 points, I believe.
Yeah, what if he gets a 3k?
Yeah, exactly. There is a big possibility for that. And he has a Vandal to supplement on the opponent's weaker buy. But now, the drone gets destroyed. Nobody is playing to get the contact down from the smoke. Ryzen gets the horns down. Has some information left and right, but SATUL, they are taking things very slow. They know they have better weaponry. All they need to care about is not push into a eco stack.
And I love it. Re-clearing over towards the B. They want the full control now, going in for that B split. Last 26 seconds remaining. Global Esports can't really rotate the players off of the other sides as well. They've got no map control. The plant is going to go down, but alright, now they're going to play a bit more flank heavy as a couple of players. They are taking that mount control. Lovely shot from Miz though, not letting anyone move in from that character position. And if one is not enough, another. And it's down to just last two, Ryzen and Smokey. Door has been opened, timing has been found, and so are the kills as S8UL will give the same treatment to Global Esports Academy that they gave to Aura. Miz, ma man, the controller is off by the way, but it's fine. We get what you're saying.
And just to end things off, Miz got his dimension drift by the end. He was there pulling it out at the very end. A 3k for Miz in the last round. A phenomenal map for Global Esports, or rather SATUL. A destructive map for Global Esports. It was their own map pick, and Global Esports Academy, they could not do a thing. And this is just sheer brilliance from Hellf and Hellranger right there.
Absolute cinema is all I'm going to say. I mean, if we've got two people who've got hell in their name, you surely are creating that for the others. Global Esports Academy. I think so. This was one of the strategies for SATUL, which they were like, you know what, let's not reveal it as soon as the event starts. Let's keep it safe for some of the big guns. But eventually the big guns showed up early on against them. So they were like, all right, can't really help it now. We've got to pull our socks up. And this is the way where they start things off. Now the next map is their pick, and that's going to be the map of Bind. And that is also a place where you can play this kind of composition of Teho, Breach, or rather Teho with another initiator. You can pair things up with double smokes as well. I think so this series very well could end in a 2-0 if this is how they're going to play or bring some of the cards.
You can copy paste this composition, exact same composition, to the map of Bind as well. You don't have to change a thing. Yes, Yoru instead of a Raze works perfectly well. Double controller, Omen and Viper. You don't need a Brimstone. Why do you when you have a Theo in your side? You can do anything you want with those guided salvos. So this is something which can translate into. And what if this is a way Hellranger wants to train his team? Everybody getting a fixed role. Don't have to swap agents. Does not matter what map you are playing.
Highly possible, right? Because that's what they were struggling with as well before today, at least. where Disease constantly swapping the roles with King Kappa on that Sentinel, or rather the Initiators, the Smokes. They were constantly juggling those agents out. This time they decided, you know what, King Kappa, go do your thing. Disease, you want to play Breach? Sure, go ahead, play that Breach, enjoy. And with all of that, they just conditioned their opponents so much in this entire map, Spardas, very well mentioned by you as well during the game, that eventually towards those later stages, they did not need to use so much utility to try and take that space, because the opponents, they were already giving it up. And also when the side swap, right, when Global Esports went on defense, they just had no space around the map whatsoever. I still remember SATUL controlling the entire rubble, taking the space towards connector, forcing the players towards the backside, and during that entire time, Smokey was still sitting in C side, not towards Mount, not even jump peeking. He was sitting all the way back in the side.
This is just pure masterclass on the side of SATUL what we have seen right now. Well, this victory, a 13-1 victory is a dream for any team. Yes, we have seen a 13-0. This was a 13-1. They were not able to get just a round in the mid. But yeah, 11 first blood, perfect push one conversion, and there is not enough stats to talk about, right?
Yeah.
A 14-game map it was. 14-round map, sorry, my bad.
And in those 14 rounds, we still had 5-dimensional drifts from misses. It's just...
yeah.
Blows my mind, man. How do you even do the math there? 5-dimensional drifts. You're getting one in what? Every 3 rounds? This is just crazy. What was the end? That also start changed up. Yeah, exactly. You know, in every 3 rounds, you're getting that 1-dimensional drift. That clearly shows you how activated you are throughout the map in terms of those skills. You're not dying so much. Let's have a look at the MVP. I'm pretty sure he's going to be the MVP. Of course, 477 for that ACS. Oh my god.
477. What was the highest ACS we have ever seen in the tier 2 matches? VCSA, VCLs, I don't know.
I think so. This is the
highest.
highest.
This has to be the highest, right? This
yeah.
has to be the highest.
Right.
The last year, as far as I remember, we have DOS9 getting somewhere around 450.
Yeah, I think so. 450 was probably one of the highest that we saw last year, and this is the highest of this year at least. At least this year. I don't know about the all-time, but 5 first kills for this guy. King Kappa following up closely on his footsteps. 19 assists for Disease, 7-3 and 19. All the questions that were raised onto this man, they've been answered perfectly. You know, Spartas, I think so SATUL have got this one mantra for themselves. You either lose the map or you win without giving more than 2 rounds to the other side. There's no in between.
There's no close matches.
No
Either
close matches.
13-0 or 0-13. So they are not playing close games for now. They're like, yeah, does not matter what map we are playing. The scoreline will have to be single-sided. A map should end in less than 30 minutes. That is what we want. Either we are winning or the opponent. Does not matter. 30 minutes is all we get.
It's so funny to even talk about this right now, but it feels good. But here's the thing, you know, we've been constantly talking about the side of SATUL from the perspective of Global Esports Academy. Just being destroyed on your own map pick like that. Now, how are you going to move through that mental barrier which eventually forms on the map pick of your opponent? That's going to be Bind, which we have not yet seen from either of these teams.
Yes, I think Bind has been a very less played map recently, because majority of the teams are just banning it. They are not comfortable playing the defaults. Because that is a very boring map, to be very honest. You have Viper, Brimstone composition working out. Just play the defaults, Viper being the lurker, take shards, just walk around left and right, and
you know,
very slow to play against.
I remember the wise words of a man who once told me that if you are playing Reyna on a just push showers and make it your home.
Yes.
I did that in that game. We
Attack, defense, doesn't matter. Shards is your target. If they are countering, until they counter with 3 people at least outside shards, and you were like, oh, 3 people. The very next round, you're still gonna fight shards, but just ask your teammates to push B long with a teleporter. Now it is a 5-man brawl outside shard, and it is a mess again. Whoever wins the duel wins the round, easy peasy.
Now you
Always
reminded
works.
me of, you know, making these plays through the TP. I agree, it always works as long as you've got aim as good as you and Fritz and like me. But coming back to this matchup right now, where Global Esports Academy, you told me about that TP play itself, I remember they pulled it off against Asterisk as well. You know,
Yes.
that map, it went close, it was 9-13, but I'd still have to say, in terms of the defense or ruck, Global Esports were looking very convincing. They had 8 rounds on their attacking side.
That is kind of good, but again, the way today's games are going, Global Esports needs to find their confidence first of all. They are not confident with whatever they are doing. They are rethinking whatever decisions they need to make. And Valorant is a game where if you rethink your decision, the timing is gone. This is something which was very evident in the round where the Vice throw that arc rose, blinded Miz. Miz was forced to TP back away. Yet no one moved toward the C-mount because they were so afraid to make a mistake that they did not scale up. And at the end, that timing was lost and Miz was posted yet again with the operator on a similar angle. All these mistakes, if you rethink, they are going to pile up and definitely hurt you. But all GEA needs to do right now, sit back, relax, have a deep breath and forget it as it was a bad breathe. Reset for the next match and play your best Valorant.
Basically just, you know, go for that breather. I really hate it. Now you, because again, it was your own map pick. Yes, it's been lost. It's absolutely fine. Now is another, it's another map which you have played. And it's not like they really hate to play that map. It's like Asterisk was, I remember, was the team that actually picked that one up. So Global Esports, they answered that back really well. But can they do that to SAQL again? We'll have to watch that out after this short break.
Challengers South Asia 2025. My name is Shadow, and joining me on the desk is going to be scared yet for now. And after the last performance, a dominating performance of SA2L, I couldn't keep myself away from the desk. So, which team are you really jinxing, scared yet?
You really have to call me out on that one. Maybe jinxing someone else out there. No, Shadow. I don't think so. I'm gonna jinx any one team out there. I think so. I'm just gonna enjoy some good Valorant. So I'll still have to say though. But this next map of Bind is gonna be super fun. With seeing how SA2L played on that first one, how good Miz was on that Yoru. To be honest, I just want to see him on Yoru on that map itself.
You know
I don't care who wins that one. I'm just gonna enjoy some good Valo.
You know what? I really think that you were predicting Global Esports Academy yesterday. Subconsciously, you were giving the same prediction yesterday. Subconsciously, in your mind. That's the reason that SA2L was able to have such a dominating performance. Because going by the record, every single time Scared Yet has gone for any prediction, that team has lost the series, lost the map every single time.
Hey, not every single time, alright. I do understand most of the times, but not every single time. I remember the predictions previously were pretty solid. But alright, since we're on the topic of predicting a few things, you know, I'm predicting this map of Bind is actually gonna go pretty solid. But we'll just have to wait and see how it eventually pans out. But Shadow, what are your expectations for this map?
You know what? I'm going to give you a little bit of the breather because I really don't want the players of Global Academy to suffer on the map of Bind. And so I'm going to invite Spartus with me on the desk for this map of Bind and give a little bit of the luck, that hope for the players of Global Esports Academy, and maybe they can get a victory for themselves because Spartus, you might be charm for Global Esports Academy.
Well, I hope that happens, to be honest, because the first map was a nightmare for GEA. But now, if you look at the composition that these teams have picked, okay, so there's a double controller breach, raise and fade, pretty defaultish. Double controller, double initiator composition from side of SA2L. They were still missing out. They don't want to opt for it as of now. But then Global Esports Academy, a Gecko composition coming into the equation. Let's see how this will work out, because this is the map pick from the side of SA2L. So they have to be the one who are more prepared on this map. And the way Miz has performed in the last game, he was on Yoru for sure, but the confidence was sky high. The angles was just getting shut down every now and then. If Miz and Disease, they perform the similar level of thrashing, Global Esports Academy, they are going to have a really hard day today.
Well, of course, they really had a difficult time on the previous map of Lotus. But maybe in the map of Bind, there could be a possibility of any sort of a comeback. But like I said, they have got a good composition, and Gecko is also there in the mix. But for now, on the attacking side, Global Esports Academy going for a direct side hit from the A shot. Poison Claw, the first wave of shooting is already there. Techno completely flashed. And on behind the flash, Techno, despite the flash, was able to get one. And Miz also gets two. One with his own paint shell though.
Good frags. But again, the thing is, Smoke, he got nothing in his vision. Miz will take him down, but the way Global Esports Academy wanted to hit side, they were got shut down on that A shot yet again. And SA2L, the pistol round, the most important round for the first half, it is yet again in SA2L's bank. This is something which is definitely going to hinder GEA, because next round they have again an inferior buy in SA2L with the Outlaws, the Vandals already out. It should be a fairly easy round for them. And GEA, their call is to play default on the save round. Let's see if this works out.
Let's see if we can do some sort of an eco damage to the players of SA2L, because technically this round should easily go in the favor of SA2L, like you said. But now, Global Esports Academy trying to do something towards the showers. But that outlaw shot was enough to delay the push of Global Esports Academy, and maybe we can see a pivot also coming all the way towards the B side. Because Boy has got the entire fountain control. And here comes the pivot, but they need to be a bit careful from the side of Helef. Because for now, Helef is keeping a close eye onto B long along with King Kappa in the side.
And again, that outlaw is what I wanted to see come into the play. For now, the B-long, it has been heavily contested. The flash and combination going into the side. But all SA2L is doing is respecting the opponent utility. They know we have the better weaponry. They know all they need is just play as a team so that they don't drop weapons. The teleportation has been taken place and Miz, he barely breathes. He goes back. Disease, Miz, one frag each. Techno still tucking into the corner. And
30 seconds
GA,
left.
they wanted to just rotate out the opponents, but SATUL, they are unwilling to move an edge.
They've got no win condition, nothing at all in their hands to work around with.
Right
They
here.
could play like a unit. Excited could have been the key to
One
stop
enemy
the
remaining.
for the players of SSL, but seems like Global Esports Academy is going to be a flawless entire eco round for SSL as Miz with a 3k of his own. And a second round for the players of SSL. You know, Spartus, Raze is one of my favorite agents in the map of Vine. And seems like Miz is proving that why Raze is so viable on Vine.
Raze has to be the most stable pick. Like the paint shell, boomboard, it clears a lot of things for you. But Miz, man, this guy is outstanding today. All the questions that were asked from Miz, he is answering them to perfection. He's already just 2 points away from that showstopper. And if he is able to farm some orbs in this round, it will be pretty easy for him. But for now, NP is trying to fight shards.
Right here.
And Miz, he's ready with the contact play. A Spectre and a Vandal. Miz perfectly in an off position. Techno crouching with the Spectre, ready to run and gun them down. Techno goes ahead, one frag E, the Prowler comes into the play. Miz takes one go down. Another trap play, works out pretty well, but Ryzen, on the other side of things, he takes down King Kappa. A trap play definitely worked out, still a 3v3.
3v3 and indeed a very important round for the players of Global Esports Academy. For now, they have no side control. Ball trying to make some sort of pace. Suddenly the pace have changed, but Risen finds Disease, who was trying to do something with that TP, but seems like that plan really didn't work. Miz has got his own showstopper. A win condition for the players of SATUL to convert this bonus round. The brawler goes in, and behind that Miz gets not just one but two, and the fourth one, and an ace as well. An ace from Miz, and a bonus conversion for the players of SATUL. Miz is absolute beast on this map now.
Another map, another bonus from side of SATUL. And Miz, 11-0 for this lad. 11 frags, 0 death in the first 3 rounds. He delivered a 477 ACS on the previous map. This map looks like he's going to break his own record by touching 500, I believe. Whatever he is doing, it is working to perfection. 11-0, looking for his 12th.
And the best part, Spartus, he didn't even have to use his ultimate also. Showstopper has been saved for the upcoming rounds. I got revealed, but can the players of Global Esports Academy get back of it, because they don't have the economy scrappy by just 2 stingers and pistols for Global Esports. Once again going for that B-long hit, but it's a stacked up side with no weaponry. Going for a stacked up side seems like a very dangerous plan for the players of Global Esports Academy, and it seems like they have realized that. That's where the TP comes into the picture. Once again going for the shower contestation, where we have Techno. Then Sentry is definitely going to push the delay, but NV2K finds LF towards the octagon. Instantly shuts him down, but still 2 players in the site. Not
Okay. Techno, one more. Smoke A takes him down. That ultimate will give Global Esports Academy some sort of space, but Miz, he has a showstopper and he has the outlaw. The half-shielded players, they will get taken out pretty easily. Another outlaw shot might be on the way, and a close range battle though. He still flicks it on. Now a 2v2 sequence. Ryzen, a stinger, Smoker with the outlaw. Both the opponents, they are on 150 HP, so the outlaw one shot would not be enough. They need to go back. I would say just expect some chip damage done with that stinger, but as of now, they know it is charged. Clearing it out, the wall comes into play. He sees Aftershock taking his sweet time. The outlaw will get spotted as well. Both the players on a shot. Disease gets the duel down. A perfect stick from King Kappa and SATUL. Another great retake, and 4-0 already on the defender side.
You know what, Spartus, in the previous games of SATUL, if you remember, Disease was not performing up to the expectations. Everyone was asking why Disease is not coming online, why he's so underperforming. But seems like whatever the mistakes he was doing previously, they all have been rectified. Because now it was entirely on the shoulders of Disease to convert this round. And he did it so phenomenally.
Come on, little homies.
Seems like he's answered everyone who was questioning his performance, but still he needs to continue doing the same thing in the upcoming rounds. Just one good round from his side.
That's true. And this is something which Disease is stepping up today, I believe. He was challenged a lot on the map of Lotus, and he definitely delivered a good round from them. Whenever he's been tested, he is surely paying his value, but Envy, he gets a double miss. He tried the jump peak operator. The utility was not there, and Miz, he got taken down, and now NV2K closely. He's running around with the rocket in his hand. The anchor is still surviving. Disease, he breaks the wingman, drops off alt line, and now there is still a possibility for him to clutch. Flashed in his hands. Can he make a practice play?
Let's see if he can. Only 2 players remaining from the set of SA12. Seems like this should be the first one for Global Esports Academy. They've got the numbers advantage. They've got everything lined up for them. Have to go for the plant, but King Kappa all the way towards the
Too late.
one. Lamb's control is also with Disease,
30
and he
seconds
finds
left.
one. Shuts down NV2K. Trying to equalize the number, needs to find
player
one
standing.
more. Can he? But seems like the double swing is not going to work, and King Kappa has to go down. He's the last man standing, but not for
That's
very
right, you tell
long.
him.
And with that, the first round goes in the favor of Global Esports Academy.
If King Kappa got that Dragon Rise in, this could have been a round which SA12 dreamed of. DC's played it so well, gave the opportunity to King Kappa. Win that duel, win that round, cause the spike will be in no man's land, the clock would be ticking, would be a 2v2, and SA12 they would be just running away with it. But at the end, Ryzen, he won that duel, and Global Esports Academy, they are able to get the first one on the board. Right after the first round, SA12 called for a timeout. They know a rookie mistake has been done inside shards. This should not be allowed, and Hellranger, he understands all this. He knows every mistake has to be avoided. He needs that his team play the map flawlessly. Their own map pick, and no mistakes are allowed from his side.
Map pick. And they can't afford to have such rookie mistakes or any sort of mistake at all. This has to be a 2-0 in the favor of SA12, considering the way they have already started. They have got good rounds, good lead in their favor, and maybe after this timeout they can stretch that lead. But Global Esports Academy, this is going to be a really important map for them, because the previous Lotus went in the favor of SA12, and they really want to move on to the decider. Getting a victory on this one is going to be really critical. They have got the ultimates as well, if you notice. They've got the Nightfall, Cosmic Divide, even Viper Spit is also just 2 points away. But on the inside, SA12 doesn't have enough threads to go for a full buy, just one rifle, one guardian, and all these things. The position is Miss Showstopper.
And as Team SA12, this is annoying for you. You won 4 rounds in a row, and the moment you lose a round, you lose your economy as well. This is something which will definitely hurt them. They didn't have a good econ buffer in the first 4 rounds. The rounds were getting closer and then clutching it out. Miz was the one getting all the frags, and now that operator value did not work out, so it's all down the drain. And this is giving a good advantage to Global Esports Academy right now. They have the Cosmic Divide, they have the Nightfall if they want to execute the site, because Nightfall will give away all the information that SA12 is trying to hide. That Cosmic Divide will give them a safe path of the site ahead of them. But now the dive in, the close right have to be cleared. A perfect utility dump coming onto the faces. NV2K with a shorty. 2 shorty burst, 2 flash to his name, and SA12, they are forced for a retake.
And see how successful this retake is going to be, because they don't have the numbers, like you said. And Rizin finds LF. The chances of retake going down 1 by 1. 2v5 situation. Time is
Last player standing.
for the players of SA12 now. Smoke finds Disease, shuts him down. The only last player remaining, King Kappa. Serious round going in the favor of SA12. Should be a second round for the players of Global Esports Academy and a flawless one as well, and a 3 for enemy 2K. Now Global Esports Academy, only 2 rounds left. But there is a silver lining for the players of SHL. Now they have the economy to go for the full buy.
Economy, good ultimates. Showstopper being one of those. Then Orbital Strike to pair things up. A good setup from the side of SA2L is what I want to see now. Half shield operator from Miz yet again. The shards is the area they want to contest. Belong, Fade and Breach. Flash combination for Fade and
Smoke's
Breach
down.
to take the long control completely. The other side, the other extremity of the map will be controlled by the operator. With a good support, Miz, he is perfectly positioned in that angle. He has the support to break all the utility thrown at him. Techno, he is the one doing all the assistant work. And Miz, all he needs to do is drop that bullet in the opponent's chest.
Toxin screen
STUL,
Poison's off.
nothing is slowing down, and King Kappa, he's expecting someone shot, but Global Esports Academy, they're going towards B.
Change of plans, because most of the times we have seen Global go for a hit. Last time when they went for a B hit, it really didn't work in their favor, and King Kappa was anticipating something, and Smokey was right there at the right time. King Kappa immediately picks him off. Disease also gets one. Seems like a good presence as well. As Disease gets the second as well. Little boy gets the trade, but that won't be enough because Left and Techno were there to save the round for the players of SHL. A good round conversion from SHL now.
I love it. I just love Team STUL right now. As a Valorant fan, the defaults is something I love to witness. I love to see the agents playing their default positions on that map, combining their utility to support the teammate and then just refragging each other out. The way the B long was controlled by Breach, he jiggled control for the A long, spotted one player, immediately falls back to elbow, throws a fault line to concuss the players coming back, and NV2K thought he has a timing to just satchel into the side where Hellef was ready with the C's. He takes him down with the C's, Disease refrags him, and after that it was just frag fest in the favor. Although Miz, he loses the battle, but SA2L, the way they are playing the ideas, they are working phenomenally well, and King Kappa plays inside the smoke, gets the frag, will get the second and the third. The DK on the opponents is just working out in the favor of King Kappa. Another round, another King Kappa brilliance.
This guy has been doing wonderful. Even in the previous one, he was the first one to play the first kill onto the players of Global Esports Academy. Once again, showing his heroics. And look at the ultimate progression. They've got four ultimates out of 5. There is no way on SHL is not getting a good lead in the very first half. I'm sure they're going to get next few rounds also in their favor. NV2K with the operator, Little Boy with just a guardian, and the hope to get this round. The way the players of SHL are guarding the spike, I don't see any way.
30 seconds
Not revealed
left.
though. Little Boy's position clearly known to King Kappa.
One enemy remaining.
And right crosshair, right time, right swing. Kappa shuts him down, leaving NV2K all by himself, and maybe he is going for the save. Saving the operator seems like a good decision from the side of Global
10
Esports
seconds
Academy.
left.
The 6th round also goes in the favor of SHL. This time the site was completely denied. Just look at the aggression which SHL is bringing at this point. A complete site denial and a no hope for Global Esports Academy, because now I've got the Orbital Strike, Viper Split, Showstopper, Rolling Thunder and whatnot. Even the Nightfall is also just 2 points away. The next follow-up 2 rounds also should go in the favor of SHL now.
6-2 the scoreline. 6-2 on the defender side of mine. Whenever an attacking team is using the double controller setup, it is always an attacker-sided half. The double controllers make the map very, very attacking. Since the Viper is always the one who is lurking around, so the opponent cannot leave the A side. They have to play the double anchors on A. One has to control the shards, other has to control the A back side. Or if you're just playing with a single anchor towards A, he has to be the one playing it pretty passive, so you are giving A side for technically free. All that thing has been thrown out of the window from the side of SATUL, because they are fighting for the extremities They are taking that aggressive control, and the double controller, they are not able to find any value. The composition lag flashes, and SATUL is exploiting that fact.
Oh, they are. SATUL are just having a gala time Spartus at this point. They know that this is their map, at least their half, first half. On the basis of the ultimate itself, they can convert next few rounds. And Global Esports Academy once again, no economy, just a single operator which has been stayed in the previous round, and just one rifle in the hands of keyboard. And once again going for an A hit, 2 players in the showers, one player all the way back of the site. A good defense coming in, but the main problem is how they are going to breach into this defense, because Miz with that operator is already holding on to the hookah, and at this point little boy needs to be very careful, because that operator can be a nightmare for him.
Yes.
Toxin screen down.
Because he's the one who's trying to lurk it out. But again, Global Esports Academy, they have 2 sheriffs, an operator, and Stinger, a random. And now, this is what I was talking about. The weaker weapons they play together as a team, and there was nobody to support Miz, but Miz hit him with the no scope, and then the satchel into the air. Takes Keeper down. Ryzen picked up the orb, got that refrag. But it does not matter right now, because the numbers are still in the favor, and Lil Boy, he's barely breathing inside the Viper's Spade. Any spam from King Kappa will be good enough, but Smoke A.
30 seconds left.
Smoking A, getting that Lamb's control, but little do you know, there is Techno already sitting inside that space with the Phantom, which is a perfectly spray down gun. But again, Ryzen with the operator marking it out. A fake tap, ultimate commitment. There we have it. And Ryzen takes on the Hell for King Kappa with the perfect trade on Lil Boy. Techno finds Smoke A. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. They tried to go for the plant. Does not even matter. King Kappa with the shards control takes him down. 3 ultimates utilized from the side of SATUL in the save round of Global Esports Academy. Those 3 big ultimates in the exchange of weaker weapons from Global Esports, still decent enough, but GEA, they would be happy for that trade.
Of course they would be really happy. They wanted to make sure that SATUL do invest on those ultimates. Now, just only win condition, that is the Rolling Thunder left with the plus of SATUL, and of course the operator. But this time, they do have a buy. Flash goes in towards the showers, the paint shells. First wave of util, and the showers control has been established for Global Esports Academy. But how they are going to get the site control, that's the main problem, because we still have 2 players remaining, and here comes a pivot all the way towards the B side now, Spartus.
They're trying to go left and right, but they don't have any information on Miz. And the Miz, the angle he is pushing in, anybody taking the B-long control will be punished. And now he knows they are going towards that hookah. And if they are into hookah, the breach is the worst nightmare. Because Disease, he has the Rolling Thunder. The moment he jumps down, the Rolling Thunder will be into the play. But now again, oh, good util dump. Miz better take the teleporter, man, and he will try to no scope, falls back to safety. 40 seconds remaining on the clock. And now the thrash into the play. They are trying to contest him, and NV2K just turns around, gets the frag. A pivot from Global Esports Academy is coming into the way. The showstopper for the backside players will not find anything. Viper Spade, but King Kappa has the timing. Can he find Smoke A?
Face your fear!
Nightfall also being invested. Smoke A is going to the plan.
Enemy
And
remaining.
then King Kappa, and they find the trades. Every trade is going in the favor of the players of SATUL. Should be an easy round for them.
Enemy remaining.
King Kappa still in a problem as Kibujan shuts him down. And finally Techno swings out from lab and deals with Kibojan. One more round in the favor of SATUL. For a second it looked like it's going to be a round for the players of Global Esports Academy, because they had the Viper Spit, they had everything. But the way trades went in the favor of SATUL, those 1v1 seems like they are a bit of concern for the players of Global Esports Academy now.
What a round. What a round, I would say, Shadow. Because if you look at things, Global Esports Academy, they played it to perfection, I believe. They took the B-long control, they then TP'd back towards A, where NV2K was already lurking towards shards. got the Thrash online, utilized to good equation. A shot was controlled by the Viper's Pit. But SA Duel and they retake power. Their map control is just being superior right now. And now Helef, he detects a player close by, but NV2K raids left and right with a shotgun. But now Helef, Nightfall deployed, and all the stalling power has been done. Techno swings out on the Decade players, takes one down, but Kibo, he's there for the refrag. Helef, can he get one more? He's in a very powerful position.
Planted.
Elbow, peek out, CT push, close left, didn't expect, and Kibo with the frag. Smoke it, takes one more down with him. It's better save the orb.
Let's see whether he's going to save the operator. Miss position already compromised. There is no chance he's going for the save at this point. He won't be allowed. Trying to do something, they won't let it happen, and third round, one more round goes in the favor of Global Esports Academy. But part of the problem is Global Esports Academy, they are 5 rounds deficit. They need to cover up that 5-round deficit. This is going to be the last round in the first half. If it goes in the favor of Global Esports Academy, it's going to be a 8-4 swap in the favor of SA12. SA12, they still do stand a great chance to convert the second half also in their favor.
That is true. But let's see if they're able to do that. It all comes down to this 9-3 on an 8-4. NV2K, he's expecting someone to push out of the smoke. The Shah is being controlled by the operator yet again, and Miz, he is clearing every angle possible, and now
Recovering it.
he has a perfect sight line. SA12 need not worry about the Shah pit at least for the next 20 seconds. Until a teleportation play comes, Miz is not moving from there. But now the Cosmic Divide. Short line for the play.
Obscuring vision.
Miz delivers a shot, and now look at Techno. Inside smoke, takes the wingman down. The spike is down in the open. Techno, double refrag. Molly deployed. Chip damage dealt with. The Cosmic Divide is not giving any value to the Global Esports Academy, and now they have decided to rotate back towards B.
Because they've already lost 2 players. There's 2 initiators and a controller. And a hope to convert the 4th round.
30 seconds left.
The way the proactiveness is coming from the side of SA12. Seems like an uphill task for Global to convert this round. This duel is going to be important for Kibojan. Back up the hall, and Helef, he finds Smoke. Helef finds Kibojan as well. Only one last player remaining, that is Risen. Position already compromised, and even he has been dealt with, seems like, but no, he's still surviving, still hoping to convert this one. But that's not gonna happen, as Disease was sticking for the defuse, and even the last player was also dealt with. A 9-3 swap in the favor of SA12. Do you think the curse is going to prevail, Spartus?
I highly doubt that. The way SA12 is playing, I don't think there is anybody from side of Global Esports Academy that is going to take down SA12 right now. They are so well synchronized, they are so well in coordination, the utility is phenomenal, they are landing all their headshots. Global Esports Academy, even in the last round, the call was Kibo to fight CT for some reason. Even in a 3v3, they did not need a numbers advantage and the spike was already down. They tried to fight that, and he got double swinged by Disease and Helef. A flash play then comes into the play, another frag taken down. SA12, they exactly know what the opponent might be building, and they are not afraid of taking those duels. And in the pistol, and B hit, where it is stacked by GA, and stack sides are the worst to hit in any pistol round, but Miz, he dives backside. NV2K, he finds Techno, but Miz, he needs to go big, he finds one Kibo with a perfect trade, left, right, Miz, one more headshot delivered, but Kibo gets a 3K, and King Kappa, he's lost their breathing.
Of course,
Gets spammed out too.
Oh no, down to 1 HP. I don't think he can do pretty much anything now. The but goes there on the back of it, gets 1 and got 4 only 1. And Global Esports Academy gets the second pistol round in their favor, and a much needed one, Spartus, because this pistol round was the only hope for Global Esports Academy to have the hope alive to convert this map. If it had gone in the favor of SA12, it would have been a 10-3. And that means a done and dusted case for the players of Global Esports Academy. I'm sure a timeout is on the way from the side of SA12. And yes, here comes a timeout. And maybe they're looking for some sort of a thrifty conversion now.
Let's see. More than a thrifty, this must be the case of how do you take the second half. How do you plan to play the attacking side? Because what SA12 did in the pistol was just dive.
Yeah.
Everybody just going into the side and trying and hoping to get the trades back and forth. If a team is stacked onto the side, it is nearly impossible to win that round for any attacker team. And this is what SA12 did not think of. It was a 4-1 stack, and those 4 players, they had the advanced positions, took everybody down. Now SA12, all they need to do is just play the defaulty game they were playing. Go left and right, fight some other spaces, gather information, make the opponents rotate, and then hit the weaker side. And Techno, by the smile on his face, he knows they are doing pretty good. They attempted something, didn't work out, and in the very next round, we will fix that.
A force fire is coming from the side of SA12's borders.
Double stingers and sheriffs.
Indeed, a
Very
risky move,
interesting.
I have to say. Because if they lose this one,
Bring them
they
down.
won't have enough credits for the upcoming round also now.
Yes. Oh, they gambled the correct side this time. They wanted to go A. Okay, the stinger onto the heaven. Death on the face of Smoke A. He was trying to smoke A quite literally, and he just falls now. Yes, he knows where the player is.
Okay.
The numbers advantage, and this gamble stack from Revenant Esports Academy towards B, it might be their biggest enemy right now. It is planted for everywhere. The sheriffs,
Catch them.
stingers might be pretty good.
Grenade!
First fake tap, Envy deploys a grenade. Molly for the lineup, sees Techno. Stinger works out perfectly. He breaks up that diffusal as well, and the clock has ticked down, and SA12. What a crazy round from this team yet again, Shadow.
Because
I'll do my job, you do yours.
indeed a
Wow.
bold move from their side to go for a force buy. And seems like that move really did work in their favor. This time they went for a gamble towards the A side. And it was only one player in the heaven. That was Smoke, and seems like that stinger was enough for him to shut him down. And after that, it was a completely SA12 round. The way Techno was able to get every single trade going in the favor of SA12. And they didn't buy enough time to deny the diffusal also to the players of Global Esports Academy. And now Global Esports Academy, they don't have the creds. Seems like a 11th round for SA12 now.
Well, looks like it. This has to be, even I believe, the series point from them. Because the way SA12 are thriving in confidence, it is pretty impossible to stop them. But this round, they have to win it pretty comfortably. And Miz will get his showstopper online as well, I believe so. And Miz won. Yes, now he'll get his showstopper too. If he dies, if he plants, whatever he do in the round, he is going to get that ultimate by that very next round. But it's going to be another win condition for SA12, and now he is getting those frags with the judge into the faces. SA12, a flawless converted, 11-4.
It's an easy map now for SA12. It's a 2-0. No matter what, I don't see Global Esports Academy stepping up so huge that they can cover up the difference and push this series to an OT. That's not happening. Once again, SA12, they have the outlaw, a judge in the hands of Miz, and a showstopper as well. Although Global Esports Academy, they do have a bye. Even the Thrash is also just 1 point away. But just look at Miz. He has got 22 frags. And the top fragger of Global Esports Academy, Keyboard is having just 12.
Oh. Let's see how SA12 is planning to play this round, because on the mini-map, they all would gather towards B looking for a hard hit yet again. And this time, their win condition is a showstopper, right? So the showstopper, on anchor on the side will be a death statement, and Miz could not get the frag though. Got the side space, he got a tag on Ryzen, but that's it. But Hele, we find Smoker, Ryzen, trades on King Kappa. The Thrash comes in, the spike has been planted. Hook-up in, gives nothing. Zero value for the hook-up edge and SATL. They are predicting everything right.
Of course they are. Of course they are predicting everything right. But despite that, Risen finds Miz. Takes him down. And with that, the orbital strike also coming in this picture. But no value out of it. Liboy shuts down Hele. And see what the players of Global Esports Academy, despite everything, Global Esports Academy, they have the numbers advantage. Check the last man.
Impressive
Good for only two. Although he was able to get one with that incendiary, but that was not enough. And there is enough
time, I believe. Last.
No.
Yes.
Oh no.
Match point.
Just by a second.
Ouch. Movement, I would say. 0.28. SATL clutched a round today where it was 0.08 and they were able to defuse the spike. And now they managed to buy extra time just enough so the opponent could not defuse it, and this is just a miraculous performance from the team. The breach brim combination is just working phenomenally well. And now this has to be the series point. Kibo trying to make a play, Techno takes him down, the controller diff right there onto the faces, and Global Esports Academy looks like it is all over from them. Techno with the triple already. Orbital strike is just 2 points away yet again. Ryzen takes him down, a flash into the face, the player swinging in. Helef, another pick. Smoke A, he's still smoking A. He's there, King Cup on his face. A classic, a judge. Takes one player down, a 1v4 stands. Unmiss, cutting the rotation, player takes the next rotation. Disease ready for him, loses the duel. Smoke A, one more frag. You don't throw it from here. Nightfall delivered. Miz, Pain Shell deployed, he cannot hear that. Another chip damage down to 11 HP. A classic right click will give away anything. A spam is working out. The spam will surely work out. He tried so hard, but in the end it did not even matter because 13-4 is the scoreline created by SATL on their own map pick. They closed down the series 2-0. A thrashing victory for SATL, a devastating defeat for Global Esports Academy, and this team has finally arrived at VCSA 2025.
Of course, a 2-0 in the favor of SATL. Previously, SATL struggling, but seems like this was a easy peasy job for the players of SATL against the players of Global Esports Academy, because the first series, first map, Lotus also was a dominating performance. That was a 13-1, and once again, a dominating performance, be it the force map pick or their own map pick. SATL just didn't care at all today, and they had a dominating performance. And that is definitely going to boost some confidence for the upcoming games. But Global Esports Academy, I have to ask you, Spartus, what really went wrong with them?
Miz was the nightmare they have to face, man. That guy was just fragging out everything. And yes, nothing taken away from Team SATL, because the way they were setting up Miz was phenomenal. SATL, they were just the better side. There is nothing wrong which Global Esports Academy has done. At least nothing that I could just point my fingers on right now. But SATL, with the homework they have done, with the preparation they have done, Hellranger and Hellfighter, Hellf by the way, that is full name. The preparation they have done, it is just out of this world. They exactly knew how to use that breach composition in both the maps, and breach, I would say, was the deciding factor in both the teams. Dyne, Lotus, with the breach utilities, they were able to take so much of map control, so much of retake potential in every time they were trying to fight. And every time Miz wanted to do something, Disease was already there on the back of him, giving him the supporting utility he needs.
And I think more than Miz, yes, nothing taken away from Miz, because he was 25 and 7 on the map of Lotus. In this particular map also, he was somewhere close to 30 frags. He was definitely top fragging and doing so much, but Disease, he was struggling previously in the previous matchups of SATL, but today seems like Disease was in there. Whenever important duel came in front of him, he made sure to win that one in his favor. Same goes for Disease there too. Same goes for the other players
One
also,
enemy
like Techno, King Kappa. Everyone was just performing up to the mark. So I think today as it well, they were playing like a unit, like
One
a pack.
enemy remaining.
Especially this
Round
particular
A.
round, Hyperspit was being committed on the players of
remaining.
Global Esports Academy, and despite that, SH World was able to win that round.
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
yes. But overall, a game which Global Esports Academy would like to forget. A day which was pretty out of their hands. A combined 6 rounds they got, like not even 6, 5 rounds. 13-1, 13-5, 13-4 was the scoreline. So 5 rounds in the entire VO3 series. This is something which nobody expected from GEA. Despite the fact that they were a team that got a map victory against their opponents, Revenant Esports. They won their last series against Asterisk, and they were in a good form. But today, SATUL, they were definitely a better team, and the way they have played, it was so beautiful to witness.
And correct me if I'm wrong, first victory for the players of SATUL.
Yes,
And indeed a dominating one.
a thrashing one, I would say, man. This is brilliance. This is just pure brilliance. And it was not like a one-off game. Their fundamentals are right. The utility was so good that the statistics just definitely is a proof of that. 10 first bloods, perfect push-point conversion, and there is nothing that Global Esports Academy could do about it.
Seems like they had no answer. The post plant was still looking decent for the players of Global Esports Academy, but the defense was itself a big problem. They got the side 5 times, converted it 3 times, but for SA2L the post plant is fantastic. 4 times side, and they were able to convert all the 4. Post plant win rate also 1 for SA2L and 0.6 for the Global Esports Academy. So Global Esports, yes, those team which was able to get 1 map win against the players of Revenant Esports. They got a victory against the players of Team Asterisk, but still there is a scope of improvement from the side of Global Esports Academy, because this defeat is really going to break their mental also.
Oh, for sure. But yep, they have to recover that. But again, the star of the day, Miz, at 3 ACS of 345. The way he started the game looked like he would cross 500 in this match, because he was going 11-0 in the first 3 rounds itself, and looked like a dream is coming true for the race player. But yes, overall, X factor for the team, always delivering all the shots. The team relied on him with the operator, he delivered that. With the outdoor, he delivered that. But then, the supporting power. Techno 18-10. King Kappa 11-10. Disease 6 frags, yes, but then again 12 assists. Disease on that breach is just doing wonders today.
Yeah.
I just hope that this game gives him the confidence that he needs for the entire VCS 25, because this guy is finally looking so much promising.
Of course, 12 assists are there, and sometimes as an initiator, your job is to provide the information to the intel to your team, and not really shining in those frag departments, because even though frags are 6, but his contribution in every single round was way too much. And same goes for Helef as well. 12 assists towards him, but on the other side, Lil Boy was also seems to be on the struggling side. Even Smokey was also struggling. Let's be honest, the entire team of Global Esports Academy was struggling.
That is very true. And like SATUL, again, last 2 series they played, my first question to them was always, what type of composition are you using? Why it is something that it is picked up from the international circuit, but your players do not look comfortable enough with that. The defaults are not working right, the executes are lacking a lot of utility, and the timing is very off. Today, they changed everything. They brought a breach Teho composition on the map of Lotus, worked out pretty well, with a Yoru as well into the mix. Pretty great. Then again, a breach fade composition on the map of Vine. A composition they made around their players, and look at the results. 13-1 and then 13-4.
That's how it should be, because I always say that maybe you can bring in the composition of T1 or G2 or any other international team, but you also need to execute the composition. And
Yes.
it seems like SA12 was really struggling in executing that T1 composition, which was not working in their favor at all. But today, when they worked around their strengths, when position it strengthens their players' ability, it really worked in the favor of SA12. Well, also sending out a message to all the Valor teams that sometimes you need to just take a leaf out of the big book of international teams, not the entire book itself, because you have to write your own story, and that is what SA2L is doing at this point.
This is such beautifully said, because SATUL, the storyline they have created today, it is so class. Such great Valorant witness from their side. Utilities, fundamentals, players' individual heroics, everything was flowing perfectly like a river. And Global Esports Academy, they have to go back to the drawing board. Because in the pre-match, their coach, he looked pretty confident and he said the things, the way the team was playing, he did not desire them to play like that. There were some mistakes and we have tried to fix it all. But again, SATUL, they found a bug in all those mistakes and they have exploited it to the maximum because just 5 rounds they have lost today. Out of the potential 26, they have lost just 5 rounds. This achievement, this has to be one of the best series victory by any team right now.
Well, certainly it has to be the greatest achievement by anyone, but I'm sure SATUL, they are going to be very happy at this point. But we also want to talk to someone who is really happy, and that person is on the interview desk or towards Hindi desk. So let's head over to the interview directly.
It's the boy Techno. जय श्री कृष्णा टेक्नो भाई।
जय श्री कृष्णा
कैसे हो?
राधे राधे।
कैसे हो?
बढ़िया बढ़िया ब्रो, बढ़िया। बस
फाइनली कैसा गेम, कैसा महसूस कर रहे हो?
आई मीन फीलिंग अ लॉट बेटर। हम लोग लाइक लास्ट 2 गेम्स में हम लोग मतलब हर दिन हम लोग बहुत ज्यादा ब्रेक नहीं था। एक दिन में हम लोग जितना भी इंप्रूव कर सकते थे पहले गेम्स में।
इधर देख, कैमरे की तरफ देख यार, कैमरे की तरफ देख के बात करना।
वेट, आई कैन डू समथिंग, वेट।
हां, डू इट, व्हाई नॉट?
परफेक्ट,
व्हाई नॉट? व्हाई, ये हुई ना बात।
तो
हां,
तो पहले दिन में अगर आप देख रहे हो तो हम लोग बहुत लॉस्ट खेल रहे थे, इतना हम लोग इतना प्रोएक्टिव नहीं थे। तो हम लोग पहले दिन के बाद ही हम लोगों ने बात किया, फिर वीएलटी के अगेंस्ट थोड़ा सा बेटर परफॉर्म किया बट क्लोज आउट नहीं कर पा रहे थे, एटलीस्ट लाइक टक्कर दे पा रहे थे। फिर अभी हम लोग ऑलमोस्ट हम लोग अपना पहुंच गए हैं आई थिंक। और लाइक जितना भी गेम्स अभी खेलेंगे अपने लिए बेटर है। अभी स्प्लिट 1 ही है, हम लोग वही डिस्कस के स्प्लिट 1 ही है। अभी सब लोग बूट कैंप पे भी नहीं है, अपने इंपोर्ट्स वगैरह भी हाइपिंग में खेल रहे हैं। तो हम लोग जितना भी अभी टीम वर्क बढ़ा सकते हैं, दिस इज द टाइम। अभी लाइक कुछ खोने के लिए नहीं है, बस जितना भी जीते अच्छी बात है।
लोटस के लिए आज कुछ स्पेशल प्रेप थी? क्योंकि लोटस में तो जमीन आसमान का अंतर दिखा है।
मतलब सच बोलो तो वो पुराना वाला कॉम्प T1 का कॉम्प था, अगर आप लोग को पता होगा तो। लाइक वो कॉम्प गंदा नहीं है, बट आई थिंक हम लोग वो कॉम्प पे खेल नहीं पा रहे थे अच्छे से। वही हो रहा था।
अच्छा, वो प्रीवियस वन, ओके।
हाँ, लाइक मैं देख रहा था लोग कॉम्प को ब्लेम कर रहे थे, राइट, कि कंट्रोल नहीं मिल रहा, कंट्रोल। लाइक हम लोग ही वो कॉम्प के स्ट्रेंथ्स पे ज्यादा खेल नहीं पा रहे थे। हमको स्क्रिम्स में हम लोग को दिख रहा था रिजल्ट्स, बट लाइक फिर भी इतना प्रॉमिसिंग नहीं था। बट हम लोग 1-2 बार स्क्रिम किए थे, बहुत वन साइडेडली जीत रहे थे। तो हम लोग को लगा कि आई थिंक वी आर कुकिंग विद दिस कॉम्प, बट नेवर माइंड। तो फिर हम लोगों ने
स्क्रिम्स तो हमेशा मुझे फॉल्स इंफॉर्मेशन ही लगता है।
क्या?
अच्छा, ऑलराइट। अच्छा, मेरा दूसरा सवाल है, ये बाइंड पे पिस्टल हारने के बाद वो ये डबल सैचल वाला स्ट्रैट किसका था? वाज इट हेल रेंजर इन बैक? किसने ये इजाद किया? ये हेल, आई न्यू, पोपा जी मास्टर क्लास। क्या मतलब मजा आ गया वो देख के। मतलब डबल सैचल थ्रू पोस्ट प्लांट के ऊपर, इनसेन मैन।
लाइक वो मेरे को लाइक हम लोग पॉज के पहले बोल दिए, फिर बोलते गाइस आई एम सॉरी, मेरे को इसके बाद और पॉजेस नहीं है, बुरा मत मानो बट प्लीज कर लो, मेरी बात मानो, प्लीज कर लो, जीत जाओगे। ओके,
It was important, but हाँ, अभी अब हेल रेंजर की बात हो ही रही है। टेक्नो, इज इट द फर्स्ट टाइम आप उस प्लेयर के साथ कांटेक्ट में आए हैं, काम कर रहे हैं? इससे पहले भी किया है
हेल रेंजर के साथ?
हेल रेंजर के साथ
इट्स माय फर्स्ट टाइम। आई मीन जी
तो
का
कैसा
जब
रहा
ट्राई आउट दे रहा
एक्सपीरियंस?
था, जी का जब मैं ट्राई आउट दे रहा था तब भी बात कर रहा था, बट लाइक अभी मतलब लाइक पोपा जी ऑन टॉप ब्रो। पोपा जी बहुत भरते हैं हम लोग को, बट हम लोग गलतियां करते हैं, बट एक्चुअली पोपा जी डिजर्व्स।
यार उस प्लेयर ने बहुत कुछ करा है, बहुत नाम कमाया है। उम्मीद करता हूँ कि ये जो आपकी जुगलबंदी चल रही है हेल रेंजर के साथ बढ़िया रहे। गुड लक टेक्नो, आने वाले मैचेस के लिए भी कीप द स्पिरिट हाई। एंड डूड, इट्स अ कॉम्प्लीमेंट फ्रॉम माय साइड। जब मैं पहली बार आपसे मुलाकात करी थी, द कैमरा प्रेजेंस यू हैड वर्सेस यू हैव नाउ, क्रेजी वर्क। गुड जॉब ब्रदर, गुड लक आपको, आपकी टीम के लिए बहुत सारी शुभकामनाएं। सो ये थे हमारे टेक्नो फ्रॉम द टीम SATUL।
Crazy interview, and again the crux was, it is Hell Ranger's mind which is working from really well. Hell Ranger being one of the most experienced FPS player we have in our country, and the way he is teaching the young lads, the improvement is just miraculous. Because the way this entire strategy worked today, more than the individual brilliances, the strategy, the composition difference was definitely working out in the favor of SATUL.
Well, hard work sooner or later always pays off, and that is what I believe. But I also believe in my audience that they will answer this quiz question very correctly. All you have to do is just scan the QR code, and the question for today is, which of the following players previously qualified for Ascension 2024? SK Rossi, Helef, Aziz or Antidote? Just answer this question, and whoever answers the most question in the entire VCSA will get a chance to win those VP points in maybe your favorite Valo skin.
That is a huge possibility. Scan the code, give the correct answer. Majority of your answers, if they are correct, you stand a chance to win 7,000 Valorant points. And the new bundle is already there, and it is pretty decent, I would say. The knife is tacky, but yeah, if you like it, there's a big possibility you get it for free just watching your favorite game on live. But yeah, the first game of the day, when the day started, I was like, yeah, Sunday has to be one of the matches where all the BO3s will be a 3-match affair. Global Esports Academy, SATUL, they will be fighting for overtimes in map after map, and we will be seeing a very, very close-knit battle, because that's how the things have to work out. It was a pay-per-view showdown we have to do. But SATUL, it looked like they have maybe some different plans. They have to go watch another match which is going on live. They want to take out time for that, and that's why they finished the series in maybe like less than 2 hours.
Yes, it was a dominating one for the players of SA12. A 13-1, 13-4 is something no one anticipated. Everyone thought it was going to be a series which is going till the decider, but that didn't happen, obviously. But let's have a look at today's schedule, because the first match is already over between SA12 and Global Esports Academy. It went a 2-0 in the favor of SA12. But the upcoming match is between Orangutan and Reckoning. And what are your predictions, Faris?
Reckoning should be a team that should come out on top and win the series. But will Reckoning win the series, and will that be a closing victory, or Orangutan will create some surprises? We'll all find that out, but right after this very short break.
Don't come as a surprise. I am so hurt, I see heaven's light. Through the chaos, you're still on my mind. When the sky falls down, we'll make it out together. When the world ends here, we'll disappear forever. When the sky
on, ladies and gentlemen, but it's absolutely fine as now the next match is going to be between Orangutan and Reckoning. No more hiccups there. Probably OG has been a team that's been finding so many problems in terms of that consistency itself. I believe it was only the first series which they won, but after that they haven't really been able to close out any of them, and both have been 2-0 Shadow.
Of course, OG, they had their matchup against the players of Revenant Esports. It was also 0-2. And after that, they had a matchup against the players of Velocity Gaming. That was also 0-2 for the players of OG. They had a win against the players of Asterisk, and that also was a 2-0. But this time, they were on the winning side. But yes, OG has been on the struggling side, and today's match is a really important one for the players of OG.
Yeah, that's the main part, right? Because even though they've won one, they still haven't solidified their place in the top 4 right now, where Global Esports Academy were the lineup that was sitting on that 4th spot. I believe that will eventually be taken away by SATUL, but it's absolutely fine. For now, we've got some big names in the side of OG. Some experienced players there as well. Some of the snappy ones too. Venka, Hoax, Makaveli, DC, RVK.
Of course, Hawks, Venka, Makaveli, DC, RVK, like you see, usually likes Astra. The entire team is looking the way they have played. It was not easy for the players of BLT to win. In the map of Haven, it was a 13-11. In the map of Lotus also, it was 13-7. So it was not a very one-sided domination of BLT. Not only for Revenant Esports, because for Revenant also it was a 13-9. On map of Sprint, it was a 13-10.
Yeah, it just comes down to how well can OG close out their games, right? They go close, but they can't go enough distance. Now, there's been certain problems in terms of their, I wouldn't exactly say calling, but rather in terms of their coordination, where they're trying to play around on the back of each other's utilities. Yes, they're having some individual heroics as well here and there, but again, as a well-knit unit, whenever it comes down to playing together and then moving forward, that's where OG are struggling. But on the other side of the spectrum, right, there's another lineup which no one really expected to perform so good, but has been on top of their performance. That's Reckoning Esports. And to be very honest, this roster has been absolutely disastrous for their opponents. BGG, Monair, Tricky, Deadly 10 and Rio. I mean, if there was any other team who I would want to bet on winning this entire split, it would be Reckoning Esports, if not Velocity, just because of how well they play. And it's also right, there are some individuals here and there, but eventually as the two big pillars of Monair and BGG, how they perform in this lineup, it is very crucial for their success.
Of course, it's very crucial. I don't know. Really comfortable.
One enemy remaining. My ultimate's ready. My blind is dead. One enemy remaining.
It feels, you know, it kind of feels a bit more different. I agree, but at the same time, here's this one important factor which I wanted to mention. As in this specific matchup, I think so. I don't know if it's actually going to go for all 3 maps or not, but I'm pretty sure those first 2 maps are going to be super close.
Of course, they are going to be super close. OG, Reckoning, both are really strong teams. So it's not like we can expect a one-sided domination just like what happened on the map between Global Esports Academy and SATUL. I'm sure that's not going to be the case with the players of Orangutan. To be a full series which will go till they decide have a head-to-head between Venka and Deadly 10, where Venka is clearly having better stats as compared to Deadly 10.
It indeed is. 262 on that ACS, 168 for Deadly 10 on his counterpart. But here's the main part, right? Venka, he also plays on Duelist multiple times, be it Raze, be it even the ISO on the map of Haven. So therefore, obviously, there's a humongous disparity in terms of those skills. 118 to 102 deaths and 21 assists. But when it comes to Deadly 10, he's more of an initiator. He basically sticks down to that one specific role. Be it on the Reach, be it on the Teho. And he performs really good too in terms of trading the teammate out and also providing the utility wherever it's necessary.
He's always there. Deadly 10 is also there. In the Teho, like you said, and OG has been bringing that position which we have been talking about from a very long time. And seems like they are adapting well to the composition. It's not like they're really struggling.
Yeah.
They have adapted well to the composition. And maybe this time if one to see the map of Lotus coming in, because seems like Lotus has become a new favorite map of so many of the teams. So I'm sure we are going to witness at least one Lotus.
Please, I really do not want to see any other Lotus now. There's been so many Lotus. Oh my god, if there was any edition where you'd get a prize for guessing which map is going to be played the most, haha, obviously, then I would have definitely guessed Lotus, and I probably would have earned so much money from there. Probably would have won out there. But honestly, since we're talking about these wins itself, right, shortcuts to this one game. There's no other way where you can move around with. OG will go directly through the storm of reckoning esports, and I don't really see any big way where they can eventually pass through it, because let's be brutally honest, if Venka plays on Duelist, yes, he's very snappy and the team as well performs in general pretty decently, but you need other players to step up as well. DC, Rules, Machiavelli and all those people, and to be honest, if they could do it or not, that will be answered in this very short interview, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello guys. Oh, Hacker's back over here. Hacker, welcome to his stream.
Hello.
ये ओजी में
Hello.
थोड़े से प्लेयर चेंज हुए. हेलो इंत्रा. मैं पूछ रहा हूँ हैकर, ओजी में थोड़े से प्लेयर्स चेंज हुए, क्या आपका भी रोल चेंज हुआ है? आर यू बैक एज अ कोच या अभी भी मैनेजमेंट?
So मेरा रोल तो अभी भी सेम ही है. I'm working in the management. अभी I'm the head of esports, looking after a lot of different things. बहुत कुछ चल रहा है. And I think मेरे absence के वजह से थोड़ा बहुत difficult players भी face कर रहे हैं difficulty. So I'm trying to be as much available as possible. देखो जरा at least time outs ले सकता हूँ, थोड़ा calm down कर सकता हूँ players को. So that is what I'm looking for. And most importantly, I think देखते हैं क्या होता है. There are so many things that I should be speaking about, but split one खत्म होता है. Let's just focus on today's game and let's just have a great game.
All right. Intra, follow question for you. A lot of us, including me, we had expectations from Reckoning. We did see BGG and Munair, but did not know how did they play. Now it's already out. These are just crack guys. Where do you see yourself after split one? Do you think you can take on the Giants and defeat them right now? Velocity, RNTX, Expa?
To be honest, I'm confident on the team. I think until now, I didn't see any team at our level. I think we could win easily every map 13-0 if we don't troll like bots. Most of the rounds we lose are our fault, not enemy good thing. So I think that if we play out those 100% and we don't troll rounds, we could win everyone. And
so basically
where I see us, I see us on Ascension. That's where I see us. I don't have any other goal.
All right, that's perfect. So basically you're saying overall 26-0 for OG today? If you guys play well?
No, OG is a good team. It's Valorant. Anything could happen. I'm not gonna underestimate anyone, but I think that if we play at our level, we win everyone. So I'm really confident on my team.
All right. Another question that I have. I mean, Reckoning has had a history of getting good coaches too. How has the Indian talent around your team performed? Not just in game, but out game as well, in terms of scrims, practice, talking to one another after the game. How has that been?
Since I'm not in bootcamp yet, I can hardly tell, like outside of scrims, outside of practice time, because I'm only with them like on Discord or on that time, no. But from what I saw, they are really I don't know. They are really friends to each other. They really try to do their best. And if someone has any problem or issue, they really approach someone and say, "Can you help me with this?" So that's something I see different with other regions, where everyone is more individual, more selfish. And something I really like about the Indian approach is that they are more likely to receive the critics and be more open to be more self-critic. If I need to work on something, they are really open to it.
All right. Any questions, Phoenix, from your side?
Yeah, obviously. I had two questions, but you have already asked all of them from these two incredible people. But I just want to ask one question from Hacker. Orangutan is playing actually good, and they are getting pretty close to the match point and also winning the map, but they're unfortunately unable to do that. What do you think? What's the major problem?
I think one of the simple reasons is we lack the composure at the very end because it has been a very traumatizing journey, and I feel that we are still recovering from that. So split one is
Okay.
something that we are very happy to experiment, but I'm very sure that the boys will bounce back, and hopefully we don't get 26-0 today. And let's see, let's have a fair game and let's just enjoy and
Thank you,
let's see
thank you.
what reckoning has to for us. And I'm very happy that Indra has been in another org. We have been speaking, and it didn't work out for us, but I'm very happy that he has found a new home, and congratulations on that. And all the best for the great games. Bye bye.
Oh, good luck. Have fun,
All right.
guys.
All right.
Yeah. Good luck. Good luck.
Best of luck, guys. Best of luck. Thank you for joining us, guys.
Thank you, guys.
Well, they eventually said bye bye themselves. It's absolutely nice, but it's very heartwarming to see how everyone now in this scene they know about the other person as well, and also are happy in their own success too. And also there's this mutual respect between Reckoning and OG, where Reckoning they're like, we can 26-0 all the other teams, 13-0 on every map. OG, okay, that's a squad that's actually pretty good. So we'll have to be a bit more wary around them, but. Do you think it is possible, Shadow? And I'm not asking about your wish. Do you think it's possible?
I don't think it's going to be against the players of OG to have a 13-0 or a 26-0 or anything close to 0. But for the audience, we have got something. We have got a quiz. All you have to do is just scan the QR code to answer the question. And the question is going to be, which of the following players previously qualified for Ascension 2024? SK Rossi, Helef, Aziz or Antidote? We casters do know the answer, but unfortunately we can't take part in that quiz. But you audience, you all definitely can.
I know you're pretty sad about that, Shadow. You were probably ready with your phone as well to answer that question, because you have been part of the scene for a while. You also know the answer for that. Simple questions, but at the same time now something that is not simple. Nice phone out there. Stop flexing.
I'm actually ready, but I unfortunately can't take part in it.
I know. It's okay. It happens sometimes, Certain teams, certain people, they do get the opportunity. Certain people, they don't really get the opportunity for that thing, but maybe for something else. And that's exactly what OG have today, right? They haven't been able to close out those maps. They have been going close, but again, finishing off and winning that series out is where they've struggled. And it has been on the map of Lotus 2, Haven, Split, all the maps that are right now in front of us. As the first one is pick of Reckoning, second is of OG, third is left for Decider. OG have struggled on all of these maps, Shadow. But one good thing is that the victories that they've got were on the maps of Lotus and Haven against Asterisk. So, you know what? I'm pretty down for it.
Fun fact, back in 2024 December, in an off-season tournament, OG, they went against each other and the entire series went in the favor of Orangutan. It was a 2-1. On the map of Haven, OG was able to 13-3 the players of Reckoning. Ascent was 13-5, 13-5. Fall was in the favor of Reckoning. In fact, the only map in the pool. So for sure, this is going to be a very close matchup. We are going to see a decider, but like you said, all three maps are not really the strength of OG, but really this time they have worked things around. Even the composition is also looking really great.
If I'm not wrong, this is probably the second time we are seeing this Teho Breach composition into the Yoru by OG. Yes. They picked it once already, they picked it twice, they won probably once, and they've probably lost once. So again, this one might actually tilt the odds in at least sides. But on the other side though, again another Teho Breach, it's entirely a mirror composition apart from just that Sentinel Shadow. So I'm pretty excited to see how this one's gonna be panning out. Again, as towards the pistol, we will go.
Yeah, of course, the first pistol round, Reckoning on the attack and OG on the defense. B side seems like a double stacked up, and so is A. That means, see, we have a solo anchor, that is going to be RVK. And C side is where Reckoning is trying to go. A good read, by the way. Because Monet trying to create some question marks towards the A side. 3 players all the way towards A. The fourth one also somewhere towards the B link. So that means C side can be executed.
Maybe. It's again, they're probably going in for the same simple default on this map. Yeah, this is the best part about you know, those fundamentals which even Spartus was talking about, that you've got to deal with these of the sentinels on the other side. Reckoning, doing that pretty well. Realizing there's only RVK out there, quickly jumps in to try and take him down. But at least staying alive. So OG, they've got the entire lineup for now. Gonna jump in for the retake. Machiavelli, bit more too close. RVK wins out the first duel. Shuts down RVK. Shuts down Rio on the other side. DC has got the paranoia to work around with. They're waiting for the plant to go down and then they will go for the retake. Not going in for the flood whatsoever. There we go. First player, tricky. Not catches just one, but two rather. And RVK answers back for two of his own. They've got the support from backlines as well. Akro sent out. RVK not just to make it 3. This one's got a hat trick, but can he get any more Moner? Absolutely no. 5 HP for BGG. 100 for Moner. Gonna hop in at the same time as BGG jumps in first. 5 HP is enough for this man. A lovely, lovely stop onto the retake of OG.
Well, of course, Reckoning getting the first pistol round in their favor, so that means the next one is going to be the entire eco. They have the weaponry advantage. OG once again in the saved round. This time RVK, just a single sheriff towards him. But the outlaw in the hands of BG is going to be more than enough to deal with the entirety at this point. That single weapon can deal with the entire team of OG. RVK once again the same set side of OG. RVK trying to push the C mount, but seems like he has been pushed back.
Yeah. He was suppressed as well though, but there's only a cam to be suppressed eventually. Does not even matter that much. He's passively holding the control for mount. It's a double stack towards B, as you also rightly mentioned about that, but there's still an outlaw in play. Outlaw, Vandal, Guardian, all the long range weaponries along with the Sheriff as well in the hands of Rio. RVK did the same thing. Oh my god, Machiavelli did not anticipate BGG. Being so far close now, it's in the hands of DC to maybe hold it down, but no one's jumping in from 3. Maybe hold on a second. Rio has decided to go in and he's won the fight with DC. Moner as well shuts down Venka, who's been playing the Tejo on this map. And mind it, Shadow, he has almost every single time had been the top fragger of the team.
One enemy remaining.
In the past, but Moner also finding RVK. Ox being the last man, maybe he can try taking 1 or 2 picks. Losing that, converting an entire round is really going to be difficult, but seems like Moner is not going to allow that. So 3k for Moner and a flawless entire eco, like you said, for the players of Team Reckoning. A 2-0. Once again, a bonus for the players of Reckoning. And OG, not the start they were hoping for, but the good thing is, it's the defense. All they need is those bare minimum 4 to 5 rounds. Since Lotus is an attack-centric map.
Time to jump.
I don't know.
But it still always comes down to that momentum. You don't really want to give it to the other side so early on. A half shield, RVK basically the reason shield. It's gonna be a full-fledged fight. Oh, fully flashed out. BGG shuts down Machiavelli. What a lovely opening. And even though the Tejo breach comp was used up, BGG just casually walks out through the guided salvos, eats up that damage, and then quickly gets his team in an advantage to run out back to safety. Trouble control given, but mount control taken, and now they're sending Moner in to potentially play in as a lurk. Sends out the Sheer to maybe hold down and push, at least outside of the B, so they would know. Trouble re-clear, lovely. DC was able to Shrouded step out of that side. This is the macro, this is the fundamental we always talk about. Oh! That's gonna give him a headache.
And maybe some relief also to the players of OG. Because the chances of them converting this one
30
is going to
seconds
be pretty high, since BGG is also down to 23 HP. Bonus conversion at this point seems highly unlikely. Enemy down. Aftershock, RVK getting 2 of his own. BGG answers back with this Outlaw by dealing with RVK. But just a single trade is what they have got.
10
The
seconds
timer
left.
is also running BCB going to the plant. Once again, the Aftershock is there.
Whoa!
But for the retake, a 3v2 situation, the Paranoia perfectly dodged by DC and Hawks.
One enemy remaining.
Back, you know the position, and Hawks wins out, deals with VGG, and the last player also, Monair has been shot down. Enough time to go for the defuse, and the first round for the player OG. In fact, the first buy round has been converted. That's a good news. But I want to know prediction from your side. What is going to be the scoreline of this map? And in favor of whom?
I think so. Reckoning are probably going to close this one out. Scoreline? Now that's.
Just a prediction.
And I don't. I don't want to put out any kind of late jokes out there, which I just had in my mind. But
you can.
yeah, I think
One enemy remaining.
I'm not putting this one. Trust me, I'm not saying this one.
Okay, I'll give my prediction since you're so skeptical about it. A 13-10 in the favor of Reckoning.
I think so. Could be the case. OG, they've always had this habit of almost going towards the OT, which eventually they fail. Right now, Monair, he's just gonna run away, giving up the control of B.
Shadows traveling.
After taking that control, a good reaction from Reckoning, running down all the way towards the A side. It's all down to DC. It's out of smoke though. The drone taken care of early on, does not give any information off the side, and now it's got the Paranoia as well to play around, but Machiavelli sends out the TP in the backside. It was a fake TP for now though, and which baits out the Aftershock towards the drop. That's a biggie. And in the meantime, Monair found out an opportunity towards the B connector. So the team is now gonna run towards. Not quite sure. But oh, this should be a freebie. Rio! He messed up! And that's also the spike down. PGG, yes, the man is standing there. They also sent out a few utils. Tricky will be able to do the damage control as Monair answers back to DC. They know where the rest of the players. Still a Guardian in the hands of RVK. And it's all down to a 2v4. Can he find something? Not an info to be gained. And that's the Steel Garden. Now not even the weaponry to be used up.
RVK the last man and a hope to convert this round. But seems like a third one is coming for the players of Team Reckoning. Like you said, not enough time to deal with the entirety of Reckoning and go for the defuse as well. The entire retake didn't really work for the players of OG. Every single trade went in the favor of Reckoning. RVK is still hoping for some sort of a exit frag. Finally trying to get one, but seems like even that will be denied to him. A third round for the players of Reckoning, and Reckoning has been able to double up their lead now in the scoreline.
The anticipation by BGG, even understanding that he might play for the exit, he did not get clumsy at all. He was also ready and basically asked his team to be ready as well for the man to be there. That's super smart. And invests into an Outlaw. Throws out his own weaponry to one of his teammates. Because he knows the enemy is going to be probably on half shields or absolutely no shields. That's again good capitalization, good understanding of how the map in general is going to work. They're also cycling their ults really well. Just 2 points away from Tricky's Dimensional Drift, Deadly 10 a couple of points away from Armageddon. Rio has got some heavy lifting to do in terms of the Rolling Thunder, which is almost up, just one away by Hooks. And OG have got the Neural Theft to play around, so a couple of ultimates there, but again converting the Thrifty is something OG has been known for, but I don't quite see that happening here. Reckoning, they're playing very smart. If I were to choose one map on which they look absolutely undefeatable, I would say Lotus.
Of course they are undefeatable on the map of Lotus, and so are the players of Velocity Gaming. Also brings up... Of course. There is nothing to imply. It's very obvious. And I think everyone is just waiting for the players of Reckoning and Velocity to go up against each other on the map of Lotus. I bet it's going to be an overtime and maybe a double or triple OT also.
But again, that's the conversation of some other day, maybe. Because as of now, it's going to be a tech pause. We're working very swiftly, ladies and gentlemen, to fix that one out. Really appreciate your patience. Thank you for being such a nice audience. But at the same time, you know, OG, they've got enough time to maybe think about a few things that they've been doing. And I really wanted to talk about the fact how Machiavelli on that duelist role, I mean, you know, I really should not say it, but he seems to be struggling.
I don't think they have played enough rounds to go for such a confirmation. Maybe towards the end of first half, if this continues, we can say that he's really struggling.
No, I mean, overall, in general, for the past few games that we've seen for Machiavelli, you know, he does not look very clean on that role. Or if anything, I don't know if it's about just the coordination itself, the initiators, just slowing it down to set things up for him. But he overall, even on that Yoru, not just today, but rather in the past 3 games as well, or past 3 matches that they've played, he has been one of the consistent players who've been in the bottom 2 of the fragging department.
That I have to agree with you. But once again, an important round for the plus of OG. But they don't have enough crest to go for a buy. It's just pistols all across the board. Now claw in the hand of BGG. Once again, the stealth drawn towards the C. Gives a lot of information about the mount and C main. Trying to go for the question marks towards C. The entire team is going for the A double control. The dark cover is there to pass any sort of information. Force is there. And this duel is going to be important. And seems like Tricky is not going to win this one. An early damage towards the side of Reckoning now.
Missiles away.
With the neural theft, they're going to get the information as well, but it's an entirely empty site. Again, a good BGG. Asking his team to rotate quickly. Now Hoax, he's ready with the fault line. Waiting for his players to quickly set them up. Machiavelli has got the only rifle, and he's 1 point away from his own dimension.
Spike planted.
Shots being fired though, DC knowing that HP concussed as well. There's no way he's winning that. Absolutely not. Hoax a bit too late in terms of that fault line. We'll send out the aftershock, maybe can pair it up with the concuss of Venka. But BGG Chatkaveli, that was the only rifle that they had. Now it's going to be a meat grinder as they'll all be running into Deadly 10. And Munair as well, RBK good with that one, but can he convert any more of that?
One enemy remaining.
Which eventually seems impossible as it's all down to him now. 5 HP, 2 bullets in the bag, and BGG does not let him breathe.
Seems like a big problem for the players of OG. Still stuck on that just one single round. This time, Maka able to not to keep it low. It was tricky, but after that, nothing, nada. And that also calls for a timeout from this side of OG because they have lost 4 rounds. Still 3 rounds deficit. They have got 2 win conditions also for the next one. Rolling Thunder, Dimensional Drift is also there. Dimensional Drift can get you a lot of information to execute a particular site. Rolling Thunder also there. So yes, indeed an important round for the players of OG. If they win this one, then there is a possibility of an equalizer coming in.
That's a big if which you've mentioned. Trying to close it out is where they've been constantly having those problems. Plus it's Reckoning Esports on the other side, man. If I have already said that this team is, if not the first, at least in the top 3. I would also arguably say that it's top 2 for me. The only reason why I'm not saying that is because we haven't really seen a very, or rather a lot of depth in their map pool.
You all have guns.
I've only just seen a few maps from this team. Lotus, Haven, and only Lotus. Lovely shot from Machiavelli. This time, he's able to shut down BGG. Being posted up aggressively on that angle. Ready to take that space now. To answer that reckoning. Stealing it all away from Rubble from OG. Connector door not being broken yet, but it's a trap setup play.
My camera is destroyed.
Yes, on the back of that contact, they're gonna go in for the bot line play. Or rather, just not pushing it right away as Tricky slowly tries to steal that space away. Good concuss over towards the top. Hooks ready with the rolling thunder, sends it all out. Couple of players knocked out. They've got to find those timings and they will. It's all down to Moner, who catches Hooks with one. Can he convert anything more? He's trying to get the individuals. Dodges down the paranoia. That is big. Down on his knees, concussed as well, but no one's daring to push him down as they now individually do. And he almost got out to DC rules. Lucky time as the bullet raced through the bricks. Otherwise, this could have very well been a doable round for.
So close, yet so far. Like you said, Dimensional Drift is there for the next round for both the sides. This time Makaveli.
Down A.
And you were already seeing that Makaveli was struggling. Seems like after disease, even Makaveli is also really stepping up.
I'll handle this.
It's got
At
a couple of
least-
kills in the previous.
Yeah, important ones. Not the top fragger, but getting all those important wills in his favor.
I'm back.
Oh my man, Venka just got out dead. And at the same time, there is no one to trade him as well. A TP play by Tricky. He indeed tricked him out there. Jump peek. Now by RBK spots out everyone who is slowly rotating. There's the Cypher setup now. A couple of trips down, one instead. So Spark. Still forcing them to hold down now. Here's the thing, right? Talk about that in a second though as Tricky shuts down RBK. No more Cypher setup to play around with as Makameli uses up his own dimensional drift. Nah, no way, nasty! Tried to do exactly what Tricky did, except he could crash out of that. Shot on the head of BGG, but it's still a 4v2. Failed to convert. Hooks takes care of that TP, but now it's gonna give enough timing to Deadly 10 to maybe peek out of that one. Still holding it down. Got a lot of util to dump.
One enemy remaining.
Lot of util, but the round goes in the favor of Reckoning. Reckoning is looking so comfortable in the attacking half. But if somehow OG do manage to get 2 more rounds in their favor in the first half, there is still hope for OG in this.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. You think that there is still hope for OG? The audience believes that there is.
Of course there is.
56 to 44 now. Alright. Seems like a lot of fan of Orangutan out there. But I have to say, you know, Reckoning with the way how they've played, they've now conditioned Orangutan to leave at least one player to constantly watch out for Lurk of Moner, which basically gives advantage to Reckoning during the side executes as they're constantly sending players there. Even in the previous one, but for now, alright. I was mentioning about that duel. DC wins it out over towards the B main. Rotation already there. Oh
Spike
my
down,
goodness!
Locating targets.
A good blow. And maybe a thrifty on the way for the players of OG.
Oh,
And now you know. Now you know. People are still believing in the players of OG. Venka once again a 1v1 trade. But only 2 players remaining from the side of Reckoning. If OG somehow do retrieve those weapons, it's going to be a comfortable third one for OG.
RBK can.
10 needs to be very careful. Yes,
enemy
RBK
remaining.
can get one. Can get the
Spike
second.
down,
But
C.
no, Hawks gets
Grenade
a
is
trade.
live.
Every 10, the last man standing in a 1v2 situation. Like you
Got
said,
the armageddon.
RBK has already retrieved the weaponry. Ready 10 for now, going to the
Spike
flank.
planted.
But still he needs to be cautious. One player coming from the waterfall, one from the main.
Lovely bait and switch by DC and RBK. Shows you the coordination of these players. DC just forced Deadly to give his attention to him towards waterfall, where RBK on his late lurk was able to catch Deadly 10 off position. That wasn't the best angle to play either ways, but it's absolutely fine. They tried their best. But OG with a lovely thrifty conversion. Individuals being offered, individuals being won. And the credit definitely goes to Wenka in this one because he held his ground towards the pillars. And he got not just one, but rather two. And then Hoax converted one pick as well.
Of course. Now, some pressure on the faces of the players of Team Reckoning. And the reason is saying that OG still have a chance on the map of is because they are playing on that defensive side. Their attacking side is still left. That's where they can shine. All they need to do is just make sure they have rounds in the first half. And I think even the players of Reckoning also do realize this fact that it's the attacking half where they have to shine. They have to get as many rounds as possible. And looking at the win conditions, Reckoning, they have got the Rolling Thunder. Deadly 10 has also got his ultimate. But look at Rio, he's 1 in 5. Really underperforming now.
I was about to say that he's literally being owned on this map. Time to jump. So he's still playing off the breach. All he needs to do is provide that support and utility to the team, which he is doing pretty well. Full flash goes down over towards the A side where they're ready with that trap. Fault line for the Hooks. Peek on the back of it. Maybe not. There's just this one smoke. Try to go in. Maybe hold it all down as the aftershock goes in. Back and forth fight. Venka traded quickly. Let's get with the steel guard now used up. No more primary weaponries available whatsoever.
Cutting through.
No late leg possibilities. All 4 players are gonna flood in off the way from spawn as they now try to take the fight. Tricky wins the first one. Hooks could not close it out and then take the CP out as well. Such a smart play. And there's the Raise Divines under your feet. No time left for OG to work. Armageddon available. And then there would also be the guided salvos. DC, he sticks on that defuse. Will be able to stick onto that half. They've got so much utility. Flea play from Reckoning Esports as they all take them down one after the other. And move to 6.
(6-3) like you said. And Venka, he has got his ultimate online. Once again, a scrappy buy for the players of OG. And OG Reckoning, they have got a full buy. Should be an easy 7th one. But if OG wants again goes for 50, maybe there is some pull for the 4th one. But seems like that is going to happen as Makavali shuts down PG. Tricky gets the trade, but Venka gets 1. Look at the HP where Makavali is. 20 HP. Monair finds Hawks as well. The aftershock is there, but that's not going to stop the players of OG at all. Still trying to find something.
Here.
But again, it's just a 2v3 situation with a rifle in the hands of RBK. Can he do something? Hold on a second. It seems it's not him, but rather Venka who's doing all the heavy lifting as Rio. Now just alone in a 1v2, stranded on an island. He was forced to use the Rolling Thunder. Venka has got the Armageddon. Not using that, but they know his position. And Rio with the
Me again.
will catch both of them. And will clutch out the round, denying another thrifty to OG.
Like I said, 7-3, denying.
1 enemy remaining.
Around to the players of OG. I'm impressed the way Makavali is every time getting that opening frag for the team.
I'll handle this.
I see Domination drift being invested from the side of OG at this point. hope on the side of Reckoning. The win condition should be there, but Tricky did anticipate the position of DC, shuts him down. The off angle really didn't work for him. Venka gets a trade onto Tricky, but still a 4v4 situation. Venka stealth drawn to get the information of the rubble. And he does get a lot of info also. Reckoning still trying for that A hit. But it's a double stacked up site, not going to be an easy job.
They still got the drone as well to try and clear up of the space. Does not get the suppression on Venka, but at least the position is moved. BGG has taken a lot of space, but now that's going to be taken away by Machiavelli.
I'm back.
Yes, I agree. But how? The pressure is onto him. The aftershock goes in and RVK finds BGG and Deadly 10 both. RVK with 3 and seems like one more round, but Monet is still there, keeping the hope alive as he gets RVK, shuts him down. Can he deal with the remaining 3 players? But look at the setup, high-low setup, and Machiavelli will shut down Monet. Position compromised, and a 4th one for the players of Orangutan. A really important round being converted by the players of OG.
The hope for 5th round still alive, and what a last stand by RVK. My man is doing so much on this one along with Venka, who has been very effective with this Sheriff instead of the Sniper though. Opening was pretty solid by Tricky, but again, quick on that trigger, Venka was able to trade him out, and the re-aggress, or rather the re-information with Machiavelli's Dimensional Drift is what set OG up for success, and again, RVK's last stand for that 3K. Humbly approach down now, where Reckoning quickly wants to jump in over towards the mount with a bunch of util.
Of course, they really want to see mount control being established by them. Aranaya Dark cover, first of a util is already there. Aftershock, so much util being invested. And seems like Reckoning, they have the entire control of the site. Should be an easy plan for Monet. But it's going to retake, a 5v5 retake. Where OG, they do have a better weaponry also. All the way from C-mount and waterfall, and DC finds Tricky, shuts him down. And Venka gets one more onto BGG. Monoir is going to answer back by getting 2 of his own, but DC, my oh my, getting the second one. And Machiavelli also gets one. Deadly 10, the last man standing, but not for very long, as he has also been humbled down by the players of Orangutan, and a 5th round for the players of OG.
Reckoning could not build an economy because of those back and forth constantly and the constant eco damage that OG were doing with their own Sheriffs.
Switching sides.
And on the back of that, they did not have enough buy right now, so were forced to pick the half shields, and that's why DC was so effective with that outlaw. But ladies and gentlemen, you can be very effective with your answers. Which of the following players previously qualified for Ascension 2024? SK Rossi, Helef, Aziz or Antidote? Quickly scan that QR code to answer. The one who answers the maximum questions correctly will eventually win 5,000 VP. The second one, 2,000 VP. Now with that, coming back to that previous round, DC holding down that spawn was the most important one. And again, Venka with the Vandal this time, right before his primary weapon was jammed by the Steel Garden, was able to take another one down. Crucial play indeed, but alright. Rubble aggress. Reckoning quickly want to take the fight, but DC blinded on 3 HP. Deletes Machiavelli. Or rather Tricky.
A really important round for both these teams. If OG looking for an equalizer, they have to convert this pistol. But like you said, important trade. But DC down to only 3 HP, needs to be very careful. Deadly 10 humbles down Venka. Numbers advantage still with the plus of Team Reckoning. DC still respecting, still holding down, but his position has been compromised now. Seems like Reckoning, they're aware about the plans of OG going for a B pivot and a B plant. But a 43 retake. And a lot of utils are also there with the plus of Reckoning. Paranoia being one of them, and Rio gets one on the back of it.
Still trying to catch in something. RVK needs to hold his ground, but BGG's possession unaccounted for. The smoke goes out. RVK has been noted, and too many targets in front of him. Too many pistols and heads to take care of, as Reckoning will Double up their lead after winning this pistol and potentially the next anti-eco. Round again, good control coming from their side. Have got this util to answer back OG itself with their own fault line as well as the guided salvos. So the rubble control will not be gathered by OG. It's going to become even more difficult for the coming rounds for them to take control. So maybe they just have to play it on the other part of the map, and that's where they're probably going towards Mount, where there are a couple of players to answer. One of them being the Bulldog of Monet.
The paranoia play towards the C mount. Crows is also there. On the back of it, BGG gets one onto Venka. Once again, a heavy blow towards the side of OG. A perfect set play with the plus of Reckoning. C mount control completely denied now. Now OG, they have to go for the pivot all the way towards the A side, where we have Tricky with his outlaw and he deals with RVK. A try peek, a big mistake, and the punishment was there instant. Now the pivot is going all the way towards the B side, but look like Reckoning, they're just prepared for it. They know that the players of OG are going all the way towards the B side.
They just want to hold down their foot. Oh my god, it's a meat grinder. Flash into the fault line, into the guided salvos. Just salvaging those bodies. And EC just sees his death from two different angles. Flawless conversion for Reckoning means their bonus round is going to be even better. Half shields? Yep. There's a couple of half shields. Well.
You know what? I'm going to change my prediction. Sorry to cut you off.
What?
Anyone else?
Yeah.
Are you even allowed to do that mid-game?
Since you didn't give any prediction and I'm the solo player playing this game, so yes, I can.
Fair enough. Your game, your rules.
But for now, seems like the game of Orangutan as they're going for an aggressive hit towards the A side, which was left completely open by the players of Reckoning. They want to play on the retake. Easy tree control. Should be an easy plant as well for them. And he finds one. A perfect awareness. A perfect position and timing. And finds DC. So that means no smokes to work around with for the players of OG. That itself is going to bring so much challenge for OG. Because in the retake, now Reckoning, they have an advantage. Not just a numbers advantage, but also the ultimate,
utility advantage indeed.
Advantage.
It's the fun fact though. No one playing in for the lurk or the flank play. Machiavelli understanding that only was the clone as well. They've got the aftershock to hold it down. Lovely play. Oh my god, mistake from Machiavelli as now RVK is going to be forced into an awkward angle Italy with another nasty headshot. It's a back and forth fight on side, but they don't have enough time to hold it down. OG have won this round, but they've lost every single piece of weaponry. Ouch.
Oh, that's okay. Reckoning. I don't think that is going to affect Reckoning much.
Economy, yes. A bit.
Not really. They're still going for a full buy. At least few players are going with a full buy and Tricky with an operator. So I don't see any harm.
No, here's the thing. It's better to have 4,000 in your bank account while also having that weaponry. They lost all the stolen weaponry. Think of it from a perspective of the ones who's stealing it away.
But if they win this one, I think it's going to be a fair deal.
Yeah.
So the entire point comes to the fact that they have to win this one.
There.
The perfect plan has been laid out. Once again, OG showing their presence outside B and C. The plan is to go for a C hit where we have a solo anchor that is going to be Moner and his entire setup is there. So yes, it's not going to be an easy direct side hit that OG can execute. They have to think of something. They have to set their plays. And look at the proactiveness of Reckoning. Now it's not just one solo anchor, but rather 3 players towards C.
Yeah, they're just gonna try and brute force their way, which will not be allowed. Fault line available as well on the other side. Rio can pop in whenever his team requires. There we go. Stunning down the players entirely. Doesn't really make a move. Makaveli sees one for the back and forth fight. Moves on as Hoax is the spearhead who provides that entry. But the Rolling Thunder now is going to gather a bit more space for his team. But this outlaw of Tricky could be a big problem.
Spike planted.
Almost landing in that shot. BGG sees absolutely nothing. Close corners need to be checked. It's a 3v3 and Tricky knows his corners. Oh, lovely flick from Hooks, understanding that he needs to do it all and he's doing it all alone. It's a 4K in his bag, but can he get the ace? Sent out the flash, it's all down to Rio! And the knife's out in hand, will not deny, and Hooks will take his ace. Orangutan, maybe this could be a chance for them to make a comeback in this map of Lotus, which is a pick of Reckoning.
Second ace of the day. Seems like we are up for too many clutch moments. Unpredictable ones, to be honest. Like you said, OG, they were struggling, but suddenly they have woken up. The attacking half is looking like their own half. Especially for Hawks, getting that ace is just a cherry on the top. Now only 2 rounds deficit, and seems like it won't be anymore because Venka and DC creates a great opening by getting 2 of the players of Reckoning. And that also means Seaside completely left open.
Yep.
It should be an easy plant. It's only one player towards the waterfall that is going to be deadly 10. So it should not be a concern for the players of OG. And seems like DC did anticipate him and did shut him down also. Rio and Tricky, the last 2 players remaining. Makaveli going for the plant. And for the retake, they don't have much. Yes, I do agree the fault line aftershock is there, the flashes are there, but they don't have the weaponry, they don't have the numbers. So that's a little problematic.
Surely is, though, but
One enemy remaining.
takes the fight against Tricky, wins that out, knows the position, and Rio will not be able to do anything. A flawless conversion, everyone bruised up, but everyone standing. OG now just 1 round away from equalizing the scoreline. The approach towards the mound worked out really well for them. Understanding there are a couple of players who needs to be taken care of. The outlaw for Venka. That one out at just the right moment. But can he keep it? Just 1 round 2.
See, here's the thing. Back-to-back 3 rounds have been converted by the players of Orangutan, and seems like they do have a good momentum rolling in their favor. So the main focus of Reckoning should be to break that momentum.
Enemy remaining.
Because if they do manage to break this momentum, then there is a possibility of Reckoning maintaining their lead and maybe doubling up their lead. Losing on their own map pick is something which Reckoning doesn't want at all. Especially with the Lotus being one of their strongest maps. And OG is definitely giving a tough fight to them. So yes, Reckoning, they have got a lot to prove now by getting a victory on this one. So this time out, maybe the coach will guide the players at how they can amp up their defense against the players of OG, because after getting the pistol and the entire eco, they've got nothing. They lost their buy rounds as well.
Time to
jump. Glass cannon operator from the side of Tricky. Interesting.
Yeah, exactly what I wanted to mention as well, Shadow. The glass cannon on that op. Makaveli, he's got his own damage to drift available though on the other side, so maybe they'd be able to figure out where this op is posted up. It's gonna be a C-mount pinch play, and the dimensional drift comes into play. Yep, noted down the op. Figure out the angle. TP had to be taken. Makaveli quickly clears out that one part. Oh my god. It was just stopped out by RBK. Not sure if that really if they were really supposed to do that. BGG position unnoted and is gonna go unchecked as well. Catches one, and with the support of Tricky, they hold the fort down. This choke point is indeed a choke point as OG. They're being picked apart one after the other.
RBK gets Tricky, like you said.
I know exactly where you are.
Reckoning, they do have a information.
I have retrieved the spike.
Neural theft being invested. by RBK. Information is also there with the players of OG. But the numbers are there with the players of Reckoning. Stealth run. Also gives her information. Fourth line on the back of it. Rio trying to go for the retake.
30 seconds left.
Before that, OG they need to go for the plant as well. So many units being invested in. Rio gets one, DC gets a trade. DC the last man.
Oh!
In a 1v2 situation, and seems like a
lovely reposition from DC. Just uses from the shadows in the nick of time to buy himself some more. Can he do something about this? Both the players. I like what Reckoning is trying to do. They're trying to play it together. But here's the big question, Shadow. Do they invest the Armageddon? Because they've already invested a couple of big ultimates in this round. Or do they let it slide? See. Just go for the spam, we'll catch one! And that's the Armageddon out of the round. Munir, pros, don't fake. 6 to half. Now wants to take the fight. Now wants to figure out where the player is. Still gonna play for the flank angle, but no! Munir is too good on that trigger. And the discipline. Perfect.
Speak up and ask questions.
But Shadow, that was such a solid from the Shadows play from DC. He almost pulled that round back for his team. But I'd have to say, BGG going unchecked in that round, that is where things started to fall for OG.
Spike down A.
Of course. But the 10th round, like you said, for the players of Reckoning, seems like my prediction is true. It's going to be a 13-10.
Wow, you changed that prediction midway.
I did change the prediction to a 13-7, but you didn't let me complete. You didn't let me give my prediction away.
Here.
I didn't say 13-7. You didn't let me finish. But never mind. One thing is for sure that Reckoning is winning this one, and OG is somewhere going to be between 7 to 10.
Well,
Yeah,
their lives.
not this man. That's it. But we'll have to see.
No chance.
Oh, okay. Alright. Right now they're basically stuck in that one place. Stairs control not established. Munir is still holding that one angle down. He's got the support as well of Italy 10.
Here.
At least in terms of the utility. Armageddon now it's going to be used. But for now, it's actually going to be guided salvos to stop the plant down though. And it's going to be an open plant, so you can play it from anywhere. Tree control, be it from drop.
This is how it ends. Should be easy one for the players of Reckoning. As Tricky gets one, but the judge ready then gets Munir.
What?
His own teammate, yes. It did help the players of OG. Oh my god. His teammates are going to be so pissed off now. What was that deadly 10?
And it's not even Rio or BGG. It was Munir, the one who stopped fragging in the server. Oh my god.
If there was any hope for Reckoning to convert this round, deadly 10 had a rain on it.
I wouldn't exactly say it's Deadly 10's fault because he pre-placed it in that retake. It was Munir who eventually jumped into that one. Alright, TP out, Markavelli. Lucky out there to survive though, but a couple of classics in the mix. They're trying to push this one down though, behind the fault line, fully flashed out, a bunch of utility. Wenka wanted those frags, but DC was like, nah, I'm gonna take it.
Cover going out.
It's going to a 13-10 seems like.
No other prediction change allowed.
If you have really jinxed the players of Reckoning, I wonder that. Because suddenly OG seems to have woken up from their slumber and are doing really good. Just only one round deficit and won't be after this one because DC gets a 3k, Fox gets one, Menka gets one, and an equalizer. In fact, a flawless equalizer for the players of Orangutan now.
I feel the strain. Block it out, Owen.
You're really jinxing.
I'm liking the ideas that they're actually bringing. They're just slowly taking the space on the contact plays. They're saving their utilities for the post plant and their ult cycle is what's actually creating the problem for Reckoning. I'll be honest, in terms of using the ultimates, Reckoning haven't really found as big of a value as we expected them to find. So OG are avoiding that really well. Again, it's going to be a rubble play. They're going to use a ton of utility just to take control of that trouble, along with the paranoia as well, a couple of flashes, guided salvos. Now they've really got nothing left for the other parts of the map. And OG are just taking that space away. B main control, grab, bound. They're going to take it probably in the next few minutes. Next few seconds, I'd have to say.
Mount control has been established, no problems in that. The main problem is how they are going to execute the side, because they still have a solo anchor, that is going to be Monair. They have to deal with this setup as well. Deadly 10 also trying to get the information of the B main, and finally they have realized that no one is outside the B. So that means a proactive is coming in and everyone is just moving towards the C. The entire team of OG is all the way towards A, going for the trouble control. BGG is trying to make sure to get that information just in case if any sort of movement or maneuver is done towards A. And finally the dark cover is there and the information has been passed on. Now BGG is
30 seconds left.
That it's a hit.
DC from the shadows quickly closes out that gap. It's only Deadly who can eventually stop their rotation, and he could not do that either. BGG inside the dark cover now playing. Does not realize that just on the other side there's been the plant as Makaveli runs in without any information. Shut down by BGG, and they can go in for the retake.
The fact that BGG was completely unnoticed is the reason that Makaveli was picked off. Tricky finds DC. One more number advantage because of Reckoning. Once again, BGG is going for the defuse, but seems like he has been denied. They have to go for the duel. RVK finds Tricky.
Oh my god.
As well, but BGG is still sticking for the defuse. Half defuse is already done, and he's going for the full defuse.
Oh!
With the shorty. Will deny him that in the 11th round for the players of OG.
Nah, my man Hoax, you don't run and gun with a Vandal like that. But he just wanted to close the gap and wanted maybe if a stray bullet connects onto that one, because the salvos were definitely not enough. But what a round. Playing the post plant fully based on their ultimate. And RBK with a stand on stairs. He did the unthinkable. Winning out 2 and then Venka going for the trade. Hoax held his angle there. Entry. Reckoning. They tried to go for the defuse a bit too early. But what's happened. Now there's a broken economy. And that opportunity is also being lost.
Foolish.
Seems like a 13-10 for the players of OG.
Cage
They have got the real Jinxer on the desk. And we know whom to blame for that. After Deadly 10. Or Monair.
Wow. Wow. Oh, just a cast.
Players are just playing. Paranoia. On the back of it. Trying to execute the B-side RVK. Deals with Monair. Rio answers back. Only 2 players remaining, a 2v4 situation for the players of Reckoning, and seems like a pivot coming all the way towards the C side. Going for the plant should be an easy one. The only hope is that weaponry remaining.
3 out of 5.
It seems like that weaponry won't do anything as RVK with the 3k, and it's only BGG remaining from the side of Reckoning in a 1v4 retake. Seems like a lost cause for the players of Reckoning.
And I am the one who jinxes. Alright.
Yeah.
BGG. Possession noted, spotted, and Hoax understands what his fellow counterpart IGL would be thinking. Is the map point already for the side of OG. And OGs. They've been outdoing themselves for the entire map, I'll have to say. I was not expecting Reckoning to play like this on this map.
Foolish.
What a nice opening. RVK started things off, not just once, but rather multiple.
3.
And then eventually catching the third one as they tried to rotate. RVK has been finding some good timings on this lurk. And every single time, he is wherever his team Leads him to B, but tricky.
I'll handle this.
This time, shuts down Venka.
Here.
Attack operator for DC, by the way, Shadow.
Yeah, he does have the operator. But like you said, OG, they are on the match point.
Good hit.
And Monet trying to do something, find it easy. Shuts down Tricky with the operator. A 4v4 situation, but OG, they have to go for the plant as the RBK finds Rio as well.
I know exactly
Still
where.
keeping numbers advantage with the plus of OG. Neural have to be committed.
Another one? What a pivot call over towards the B. Or are they just faking it towards the B and maybe going towards the A side? Because that's where Hooks is slowly leading himself into. But BGG shuts him down. That's a spike down. But RBK, my man, does him one better. And quickly takes him down. Rushing over towards the A where actually Moner is.
One enemy remaining.
Turn to a 2v2, 2v1. Should be around for the plus of Team Reckoning.
You can't see
Sony
my face
VC
right
and
now,
Moner
but
comes
just
through on the
know
back lines and then 3k for Moner. And the 11th one for Reckoning.
isolate the
Just
problem.
one more round
You
is what Reckoning needs to push this entire series to an overtime. An OT. Something no one anticipated, especially on this map.
It was a nice shot by Tricky.
Spike down.
Pressure onto the plus of OG.
One enemy
There's
remaining.
all the hard work which they have done in the second half, in their own attacking half. Of course, they would want the series to go to an OT. They would want this to be the last round of the half of the map. Once again, trying for a similar control. A same setup from the side of Reckoning. Solo anchor towards C.
Camera taken
But
out.
still, a lot of information is also there with the plus of Reckoning now. Monet is still trying to keep their foes at a distance, still trying to deny the side control. But look at the activeness of OG. The pivot is there all the way towards A side, and Reckoning, they are not even aware of it. It's only BGG who is having the trouble control, but the stealth drone is going to pass on that information. And seems like BGG was pushed back into the side. But once again the pivot is coming, and this time towards C. C mount control is still there. A lot of question marks. The plus of OG are clear.
Rolling Thunder now being committed to try and stop them from pushing a couple of players in that one corner. Munner catches them, and that's the third Steel Garden. And a lovely positioning of Deadly 10. He's got the salvos available. It's about time. Tricky holds from connector with the operator. It is an OT that we are moving forward as the blind was not there on time. Hook speaks preemptively. And it's all down to Bert RBK. Yeah, he knows. He knows. Deadly 10 speaks in behind him. And that's going to be the OT. This map of Lotus, it never fails to entertain me.
Of course, an OT is something no one anticipated. Once again, gives a chance to the plus of Reckoning to close this map. And so for the plus of OG. I'm sure OG is a little disappointed because they had a winning streak of rounds in the attacking half. And finding that momentum once again is going to be a bit challenging. So let's see how things are going to turn out. RBK being the hero, I have to say that. 25 and 18. This guy has won so many important duels in the second half. He literally owned the entire attacking half of OG.
Last cannon operator though from both the sides. Marcavelli is already low onto that HP, so that's going to be a bit of a problem. He's still holding it down. Now, whenever you're playing against a Yoru, you would rather want to play slow for his gate crash to expire. I've seen happen for this man. Alright, he's going to be running away without the drone suppressing him. This now clears out quite a lot of space over towards C.
Time to jump.
But nothing to follow up on the back of. They're just trying to all the way towards the A side with the control was in the hands of BGG. It seems like BGG has basically made Rubble his home. Every time he plays on the map of Lotus, this guy's always there, be it on the attack or defense. It's going to be a full-fledged A hit. It is being triggered now. RBK wants to play behind them and a good support by Venka with the guided salvos to try and stop their pursuit. Inside the smoke, RBK still holds it down. He's got the patience. Not speaking on behind it. Aftershock to push him forward as RBK Venka. They just shut down everyone on the side and it's all down to BGG with the operator. As alone this man stands, Venka will put this man out of his misery.
13-12 in the favor of OG. They need one more in the attacking half. An attack has been a strength of OG on the map of Lotus. And a bit of challenge for the players of Reckoning. A timeout has been called. For all the good reasons. Reckoning wants to push this series to a double OT now.
And with that, the music that I'm hearing probably means that we are heading into another timeout. Again, OG are reading the attack rounds of Reckoning really well now. They do understand that Reckoning like to pivot and double pivot, sometimes even triple pivot. So OG, they just hold it down, they just wait, and these ace setups of RVK have been working so well. Venka is always in a position where he can provide the guided salvo support to anywhere. Right, be it towards C, be it towards A. Because the only reason why RVK was able to survive was because the salvos were there to stop any kind of push from the choke point of tree. Now what will Reckoning do to try and push this to double OT, as you said? 26 and 14 for Munair. The man has been so active, but now no more Steel Garden to play around until and unless he gets a 3K. There's a full push. Machiavelli tries to brute force his way through that utility. Will survive and will take that Rubble control.
Yeah, of course, the Rubble control is there. On the A side, if you look at it, they've almost given it up. They want to play it on the retake. Should be an easy plan for the players of OG at this point. The flood retake is something which concerns me now.
Machiavelli
Position perfectly.
preemptively as well.
He's anticipating someone from coming from the top. Reason, but he needs to win that duel. The anticipation, the prediction was correct, but Tricky shuts him down. Monet finds RVK. Although RVK was able to get the trade, but he himself got traded off. DC gets Monet.
One. Can he catch anything else? Also got Tricky going in from the exact same angle as Tricky will shut him down. And no chance for Hoax. It's all down to Venka. Salvo's available. One more pick is going to get the Armageddon. Sends out the salvo. Both the players speaking together. And this is it. He's bought enough time. There is no left for Reckoning as OG will close out this map and move ahead in this series. Something that no one expected. But RVK's happiness shows up. This guy did a lot along with Venka and also the rest of the team. What a play.
Of course, what a play from the side of OG. And yes, I know you didn't jinx the players of OG. You did jinx the players of Reckoning. I'm sure people will go back and watch yesterday's stream, what you really predicted, and what's the reason. What's the main reason that Reckoning lost this one? They were having such a good head start in the first half. But my oh my, the way OG played their own attacking half, they really made the players of Reckoning struggle a lot in the defense.
Yeah, I'd have to say, I mean, those attacking halves were pretty crucial. And to be honest, even then towards the OTs, the anticipation as to how Reckoning were really playing in on their attack now, they don't really seem that invincible. And OG, again, they were taking their time. They were going in for those slow rotations as well. Sometimes even going in for those fast hits. I really want to talk about what happened in this last round of OT, where RVK was sent over towards the sea to check for maybe some kind of trap play, while the rest of the team took space over towards the rubble. The reason for that was because constantly after every other round, there was only 1 or 2 utilities that were actually used to take that rubble space. And eventually, what happened was that OG realized that alright, there's no one on the back of these utilities, so we can just disrespect it, we can push it forward and then take control of that space while also selling out a fake to the other side. And that is exactly what happened. That's the reason why they eventually got to the side, that too unscathed. Man, this was an absolute cinema of a map.
It certainly was, especially the play which Hawks made, those ace moments. And after that, the shorty play also coming in. So many moments were there. The entire map. And no one anticipated, no one expected. OG coming on the top. Definitely having the certain edge on the players of Reckoning. Is also going to give the confidence boost to the players of OG because the next map of Split is their own bit.
Enemy remaining.
That means OG have already won the 50% of the battle. It's only the 50% remaining. Haven has not been a strong suit for the players of OG by now.
And you know, counterintuitively, OG have been picking up the map of Haven multiple times.
Yes.
Even against Velocity, they picked up Haven. Against Asterisk, they did win it out, and it was their pick after all. So of course, this team likes to go onto that map and enjoy. Hooks already told in the interview as well, I remember. He said that I map veto in a way where I pick the maps where I like to call. I enjoy calling on the maps, which basically I've got those 3 sides, be it Lotus, be it Haven. But coming back to how eventually the things went, 14 to 12 in favor of OG, but the first skills say otherwise, and that too exactly opposite.
RGE having 14 first kills, OG having 12 first kills. The post plan is also looking better for the players of OG. They were able to get the site 10 times and were able to convert it 8 times. Out of 10, Reckoning was able to convert only 7 times. So post plant win rate is also looking great for the players of OG. 0.8 it is. So statistically, it is being showcased that it was a very strong and close map.
Very
Both
indeed.
Both teams played a great Valorant, but the MVP is going to be RVK. 1.4 KD, 286 ACS, 183 damage per round, and 43.3% headshot percentage.
Absolutely crazy performance. And a big step up by the man. Last time, when I still remember back on day number 1 when OG were playing against Asterisk. Even at that time, this team, the reason why they made that big comeback was because RVK had those multi-kill rounds. Every single time you would see this man getting 2, maybe 3 kills. And that was one of the main reasons why OG always finds success on this one. Look, apart from RVK, not even a single player has got an ACS over 200. While there's Monel and Tricky on the other side, BGG this time he was basically stopped from his onslaught. Rio as well, even though he went 917, yes, he's got 14 assists, so he was doing a phenomenal job in terms of providing the utility. But overall, even Venka 1718, DC 1717. I mean, you could argue that DC probably was the only other player for their side who had a positive KD apart from RVK. So it was definitely a very heavy lifting, but at the same time, I'd still say a very entertaining map indeed. But my question is, what's going to happen for the next one now? Because this was the map pick of Reckoning, and the next one is going to be the map pick of OG. That's going to be Split.
Next map pick is of OG, but if you remember, OG did play on the map of Split against the players of Revenant Esports. And I don't want to be a spoiler here, trying to break the confidence or something, but yes, let's be honest, what really happened is has happened. Revenant won on the map of Split with a 13-10. So I can't say that Split is one of the strongest map for the players of OG.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's one thing, but ladies and gentlemen, the next map is going to be Split after this very short break, so don't go anywhere.
ahead of this. You don't know the half of it. I got dreams of looking up, high as I can get. But nothing feels like how it feels to know these things I don't know yet. The weight of everything, and everything's a threat. Sometimes I'm trapped inside and I don't know what I'm gonna do. But to take on the world is the only thing that we know how to do. I've got dreams of finding out what all of this is for. It's you and me. And everywhere we go, it leads to an open door. We made our mistakes, the good and bad days, but nothing really breaks if I got you. Look at the sky when you go outside, and know there is nothing to keep me back.
series. Ladies and gentlemen, well. Apologies for that. But after a very solid beginning here, where OG unexpectedly won that map number 1, we're now going to be moving in forward for this map number 2, which will be of Split. Now the question here is, Shadow, are we on for a 2-0? Or are we actually going to witness a map number 3?
I should be the one to ask you predictions, right? I have a very strong feeling that we are moving on to a decider. I don't think it is going to be a 2-0. I don't think Reckoning is going to go down that easily.
Okay. But here's the fun fact, right? This map is now going to be of Split. We have seen Orangutan play on this one, and I'll have to say, even though they could not close out the map, it was still a pretty convincing play that they made, right? Whenever you move to double digits, that basically means just a couple of rounds here and there, and you eventually won out that game. So, and that too, it was against one of the strongest teams. It was against Velocity Gaming, and that was still at 13-11 games. So just one round is all OG needed to push that one for an overtime. And I'll have to say, you know, OG eventually started off on the defense 5 and 7 half, where VLT had the lead, or rather it was a 6 and 6 half, right, which eventually transitioned into a big OG lead, then constant flow gaming down. So overall, I'd still have to say OG are looking pretty solid. But another thing that's looking pretty solid is your chance of winning 5,000 VP as the first place prize by answering this very simple question. Which of the following players previously qualified for Ascension 2024? Simply scan that QR code and eventually you will stand a chance in winning 7,000 VP overall. 5,000 for the first place, 2,000 for the second place. Nothing for you, Shadow, because you are sitting here with me on the custom list.
You're so happy that I'm not getting anything, but you yourself is also not getting anything.
You know, I am a person who eventually plays the game with a no-skin bandit.
The voice in our head, our producer, he can definitely take part in it. You, the audience, can also. And Scared Yet is jealous of everyone, even jealous of the audience as well. But no matter what, how jealous is, answer the question. You get your favorite skins as we move on ahead. The next map, which is going to be Split, and Scared Yet is refusing to give the prediction. But I'm sure whoever team he's predicting, they are losing this one.
I'm not even predicting. That's the fun part about it.
In your mind, you are. In your mind, you are.
I'm absolutely not. I'm just on for a very good Valorant game. That's all I'm going to say. I am just enjoying the game that both of these teams are bringing on the table. Right, because I'll have to say, BGG with his IGLing was just looking untouchable, constantly calling in for his team. But Hoax on the other side now, again, showing that experience, even though OG have not really been practicing that much together, are now showing some certain signs where they are coming back, they are pulling together as a team, and they're going in for those plays behind each other's utilities, picking the timings off around the map. But again, it falls down to the same thing. Split is also a map where you can't really go for a very last second rotation, but at the same time you can send in a couple of players for the lurks. RVK did a good job in the previous one. My question is, can he replicate that in the next one? And how are OG basically going to deal with Monair, who's been looking phenomenal on those lurks?
I agree to that, and also it also brings up the conversation that it's the first time that Reckoning is playing on the map of Split with this roster. They haven't played on Split with this particular team. Yes, few players did play together in the off season in some other tournament, and yes, there they were getting those victories.
Yeah.
But still, the synergy, how quickly they have adapted themselves, how much they're prepared for the map of Split. So many things are also there. But let's have a look at the map Veto, and we just witnessed the map of Lotus, which was a map pick of Reckoning, and OG was able to push the series to an OT. That was a 14-12. Now we have a map of Split coming, which is a map pick of OG, and Reckoning is going for the defense first.
OG on the attacking side. I remember last time they were here, they were able to pick up some good rounds in their attack, but only early on. Once Velocity adjusted to their play, that's when they eventually struggled. Having that mid control becomes even more crucial, so now it comes down to the agent composition, and it's still the Teho breach for Reckoning. And it's a Viper Astra Yoru into a race for OG. Okay. Alright. They're pulling this one composition again. But the question is, will they be able to pull off what they could not against VLT?
Let's hope so. OG can pull up something. Because if they do, it's going to be a 2-0. Yoru and the map of Split, Astra. This entire composition, I really like it.
You know, Shadow, here's the big difference though. You look at the win attack percentage. They played 12 rounds, they won 58% of the rounds. That's almost 60%, right? That's almost at least 7. But when it comes to the defense, they've only got 27% weight out of 11 rounds that they've played. That basically means they've just got, what, 2 or 3 rounds or something like that for their defensive half. Now that's a big problem and a big loophole. And I think so. It's something that they have to be really worried about or rather careful about. So this time they've got to focus on that part. As again in starting, it's 3 people stacking over towards the A for Reckoning. Monair is just going to watch down in mid. Only going to place the trip after the timer goes off. While BGG holds down the team.
It seems like OG, they're just trying to get the information. They're going for the Glee split. Few players going for that mid control. Reckoning, they're entirely given up that mid control.
Yeah. They wanted to play aggressively over towards. Now it's all down to Monair. Holding this one angle down inside the smoke. It's again a double smoke for OG. As now they're going to slowly push far forward. DC anticipates that. Shuts him down as Marcavelli hops in with a lurk. Winka on that race. Catches one. Marcavelli now is just going to deny any kind of push inside that smoke as Rio had the utility in the hand. This man is lucky to be alive. That was denied by the aftershock even after the race boom bot over DC and Marcavelli will obliterate everyone, be it on Heaven, be it at spawn, and then go for the plant. I'd have to say, Shadow, as soon as started, Reckoning quickly dealt with RVK on the lurk towards A with the fault line play and Tricky basically pushed out forward. That was a good aggressive play, but the retaliation from OG, or rather the reactive, was even better. Sending Marcavelli all the way down, all the way in the Heaven, and then moving their players from B. DC winning the duel was also very crucial. And with that, they've got this pistol round now. Massive anti-eco.
Agree and Marcavelli with that anti-eco's outlaw deals with BGG. The decision to push Garage of Reckoning seems like didn't really in their favor. And now one OG, since they've realized the defense on B side is going to be a bit low, going for a B hit. The Garage control is already there. And RVK towards the A main finds Tricky, shuts him down. Quickly moving all the way towards the mid, but he needs to be a bit careful from the side of Monair. If Monair does find the timing, it's going to be a heavy blow towards OG. But seems like RVK not taking any sort of chance. The poison 10 and RVK. Monair just surviving on 1 HP and Rio deals with RVK. The trade game is definitely there, but the situation is still in the favor of the players of Team Orangutan. The pain shells towards the B tower and Deadly 10 in the back of it finds Venka. Pain shells didn't help Venka to stay alive for a very long time. The retake now looking promising as weaponries have been recovered, especially 2.
Bulldog, Stinger, not so much. But Bulldog in the hands of healthy player. Was a healthy player now. Monair down to 1 HP. Probably was the DK and the headshot by Hooks and DC combined. Will confirm the round flowing in. They lose the weaponries, but they've still got a couple remaining. So I think so it's going to be fine. Not a very healthy bonus though. Reckoning are going to be pretty happy about it on the other side. Still a couple of half shields on the region. So if OG get lucky, maybe Marcavelli can catch in a rifle or 2 on the floor. It's again a wide spread.
Here.
Setup. This time Monair sets up towards the A side. He was towards the B for the past 2 rounds, as there was a trap setup on A. But now there's a trap setup in mid because OG have shown presence in mid for the past 2 rounds. I like the anticipation from Rest exactly what he knows.
Camera taken out.
Good info. Onto Venka. Monair still holding ground, still anchoring the entire A site. And OG, they're taking their sweet little time. Because they don't have that great of weaponry in their hands. Timing is going to be important. He finds the timing onto Deadly 10. Rio answers back, but Makavali with the class. Only 2 plus remaining from the side of Reckoning. Out of it, Tricky deals with RVK. DC down to 8 HP. Still the situation can be in the favor of Reckoning. Hawks going for the plant. A 2v3 retake. Should be an easy one because they have got the pain shells. They have got the paranoia. They have got the dark cover. Should be the first round. But the duels are going to be important. The timing is going to be important, but the timing won't be there for Tricky as Makavali gets a third one. A 3K, a completely unaware.
Tricky got out there. Hold down to BGG. Sees Hawks, who eventually sees him too. He'll have to run away. No surprise factor remaining for this guy. And what a bonus conversion for OG. Reckoning. They had a mid trap play because normally teams like to go in mid whenever they're on an eco buy, and this was technically a bonus round, so Reckoning thought maybe it's going to be a mid push. They had their trap set up. A was weak, and in that weakness, Machiavelli found the first opener by pushing up in heaven. Cadley 10 while he was on that rotate with the guided salvo. This hit provided the opener, and then the second one, a body, and then a classic onto the head. Literally perfect. And then the team scaling up, having that ramp control without another eco round for Reckoning. And the Outlaw still prevails.
It does prevail. OG, like I said, bonus has been converted, so that means no buy for the plus of Reckoning. Just a hero rifle in the hand of BGG. Once again, going for that mid control, but this time Reckoning is definitely focusing on the mids, especially Monair towards the vents. But that also means that defense towards B is going to be weak. An easy site execute for the players of OG towards the B. Fox is going for the plant. Let's see how the retake is going. The utilities are there, but the weaponries are not there. And Venka is aware that someone is coming from the CT. That Seas is going to confirm the information.
There's so much util to deny that plant.
Once again, plant being denied. Hawks trying for the third time. Venka keeping a close eye onto Rio. Shuts him down. Deadly 10 needs to be a bit careful. Trying to swing out, trying to do something. But Tricky, Heaven. Nice, great opening. And answers back. Gets the trade. Hawks deals with Deadly 10. Monair and BGG, the last 2 players remaining. Seems like a lost cause for the players of Reckoning. As Venka shuts everyone down. The hero of this round, Venka. A 4K for him. And a 4th round for OG.
Now the showstopper is also available. I like the patience, I like the diligence from OG. Reckoning, I'd have to say, if this was any other round with all of that delay, they were winning it. With any other weaponry, they were winning it. This just forced OG to eventually lose out their patience, which OG did not. So very solid game plan from their side. And then Venka just holding down the angles. No smokes to play around, so it was still a dry swing into those solid, better weaponries. None of utility available as well. Venka with the reset. Pretty solid. So now they've got time as well to rethink a few things. Right? They're not really testing out a lot of space. They're not testing out a lot of Cypher setups too. If anything, they've seen just a couple of types of trips, not even the ones that are basically on site. There's also a race paint shell lineup, which I still remember, which you can use eventually to deal with almost every Cypher setup that's on A. Not of the Heaven, of course. Right now, this round becomes even more crucial, even more pivotal. 3 ultimates available. Wide, showstopper. Dimensional Drift, Hooks one away from his own. Nightfall as well. And on the other side, there's only one to work with. And Deadly 10, one away from his own Armageddon. This time, OG have got a changed wall. This does block off the main angle. But that drone basically gives out the information. So RBK is just running it back as his team takes on towards the B side.
And BGG also finds an opening onto Makaveli. Venka's showstopper, the only win condition for the players of OG at this point. Let's see if he can get any value. Cosmic Divide also being invested from the side of OG. A very alt-heavy round.
Face your fear!
Spike has been planted. Should be a 5v4 retake.
Oh my god.
Even having his own showstopper, and the retake is coming all the way from the CT, and seems like the players of OG are just prepared for it. The Aftershock, the Pain Shells, a lot of utils being exchanged, and showstopper comes to rescue for Tricky as it finds DC and Venka. But time is also the biggest enemy for the players of Reckoning, and OG, all they have to do is just buy some time. RBK gets deadly, but BGG will shut him down, and Rio is going for the defeat. Should be an easy first round now for Reckoning.
Finally, Reckoning realized that in terms of utility, they've just got so much that they can give up the space on side and they can just re-clear all of that with the retakes. I did like the idea from OG where they tried to just push everyone back with the Nightfall investment as well to take that space away. But again, just with that one Aftershock, it just pushed both the players back towards the side. And since Heaven was entirely empty as they lost one player early on, Makaveli on side, Tricky very simply just used the show to rush in and take down both of those players who were eventually flushed on his space. Lovely approach from Reckoning. And the fact that they are constantly taking the space outside of A, they're not letting RBK play comfortably on his lurk role, is the main reason why they won out that previous round. RBK, he just can't move out of this tunnel at all. But I do like the idea from OG as well in this round as they now take that mid space. DC wins out a duel, crucial one against Munair, and good anticipation from RBK, just rushes it out, but he had to make a play and he did. Now eventually position reveal, takes the TP up close on the right as he'll be taken down.
Hawks going for the plant, but once again being denied the usage of OG.
Spike planted.
And Reckoning is on perfect. But seems like Reckoning, they're really on the struggling side as Rio has been shot by a Benka. Hawks getting one more. Tricky good for only one. Deadly 10, the last man standing. The ultimate coming for no rescue because there won't be any time to use it as Venka coming down. The fifth one also coming for the players of OG. That halves of OG are so flawless. Even on the map of Lotus, OG was really shining on the attacking side.
I do like the idea, and again the audience prediction still says the same, that OG are winning this one, this time even more, 59. Scoreline kinda resonates with that, but
Bring them down.
Reckoning might have some other plans now. Alt heavy composition, they were giving away the mid space, so stacking some extra players in mid. And OG, oh my god, this is so good from them. The wall is similar to how it was back in the pistol round, and they take the A side right now, understanding that Reckoning might be playing in mid. This is such a good read and good call from Hooks.
Spike planted.
Certainly is. And DC also finding a great opening onto the BGG. Once again, no economy for the players of Reckoning. OG trying for that A-Ram's control. Makaveli finds Rio. Tricky gets a trade when Venka finds Deadly 10. Venka still trying to find Munair and will shut him down. Easy round converted for OG. And I have to say this, half a dozen rounds in the favor of OG and just a single round in the favor of Reckoning now.
Jesus. I'm just gonna ignore that one. An attack operator now being brought by Makaveli. I do like the anticipation, do like the idea. Probably want to get him activated now since when going the previous round was pretty pacey one. In terms of ultimates, 4 of them available for Reckoning. So I don't think so this operator providing as much value as we think because BGG is pulling out one of his own. The half shields though. Smoke goes out for RVK in order to hold him down. Finally, he's found some time to maybe lurk up a bit towards the A side. The Prowler did not catch that operator, but Makaveli's now been noted.
Here.
Ricky posted on that angle, will have to run back. An early phase of util dump. But in the meantime, OG are slowly and steadily scaling up towards the mid.
They are. And
Oh
the timing is also there for DC. Tricky gets the trade onto Makaveli. A 3v3 situation. Neural theft towards Monair. But he needs to find together the information. RVK finds BGG. Seems like even that neural theft is not going to save the plus of Reckoning as Monair finds one and Hawks instantly gets a trade. Tricky being the last. And it seems like a tricky round for the plus of Reckoning to convert.
An unconventional miss from Monair as well as BGG. Something we don't anticipate, but it seems that the jitters are now getting to them. Tricky, as you said, is the last man standing. Maybe can find the timing on one. Will be able to. It's still down to a 1v2. DC. Oh, he's got a couple of stars away as well. Pulls him off with a grab well. Nice. Just throw that smoke down so that it's going to be even more easy. Just ram onto the guy as DC moves up. Close. Hold on. Tricky makes it not one, but rather two. 10 HP. And this guy clutches the round out for his team. Gets activated when his team needed a hero. And OG offering the individuals making their biggest mistake. Tricky capitalizes on that.
One mistake. The entire round goes in the hands of Reckoning. And just look at the ultimate progression for Reckoning. All 5 ultimates online. Even the operator is also there towards BGG. That operator is posted towards the mid because that is where OG is trying to go every single time.
Now, RVK is basically moved up to heaven, but is he anticipated? No, he's not. BGG's got to hold out that angle as Tricky catches DC, but not before he was able to. RVK just creating havoc over towards the A heaven as Hoax eventually will just leave the spike out down there to go for the plant. He wanted maybe Makaveli to go for that, but he's just holding the angle. RVK as good as he's with the rifle, even with the operator, he's super crispy, and it's all down to just deadly. It's all about conditioning, Shadow. OG conditioned Reckoning to move to the other parts of the map that now towards A, it was entirely empty. And on the back of Hoax's Prowler, RVK was posted up in heaven. And he found the perfect timing possible.
Well, he really did. Deadly 10. He's just going to save his weaponry for the next round because the economy is not looking that great for the plus of Reckoning. The 7th one also coming on board for OG. And now I do understand that why OG did pick the map of Split. It's really a strong map for them. At least the attacking half. But Reckoning, they need to understand that if in the first half, the scoreline difference is way too much. And in fact, so much that there is nothing left to do in the second half.
Oh my god.
The next 3 rounds is something which Reckoning needs at any cost. At least 2 out of those 3 rounds.
It's the second timeout being called for Reckoning. And Shadow, just before we moved in here, I had a small glimpse on the scoreboard. Tricky has got 14 kills. But apart from that, not even a single player has even 5 kills. They're all stuck on 4, 3 and less. That just showcases you that the team's confidence is shattered the previous map. And they just can't pull themselves back from that brink. That is a big sign of concern for Reckoning Esports. As OG are with that lead, as you mentioned. If even a couple of rounds more go in their favor, I think so they'll have enough to maybe close this one out. And in terms of the ultimates as well, we've been constantly talking about those ult cycles. Reckoning have not any value out of theirs apart from just one showstopper. And even in the previous one, DC was just able to shut down Tricky before he could send that rocket out. OG are just one away from two of their old ultimates and a full house. Alright, jump peek for BGG. He's not going to peek onto that angle again. Machiavelli's been given that space, awarded that space, and he's going to be taking that gladly. A mid push down. Catch one, maybe two. No, Hawks answers back.
He certainly does answer back, but Reckoning, they don't have enough economy. It's just a Stinger and a rifle. But 5 ultimates out of it. Showstopper is of no use anymore now. OG looking so confident. Once again going for that mid control. Entire defense of Reckoning is really not working for them. But suddenly the pace has changed for the players of OG. And now that camera gives the information.
Oh, what a trap.
About RVK. And yes, the trap play was there. And Monair on the back of it finds RVK with that Stinger. There's still some hope for the players of Reckoning to convert this one. Don't have been invested. And on the back of it, BGG do get Hawks towards the B tower. Shout Deadly 10 also finds Macaulay, leaving DC all by himself in a 1v4 situation. The third one is coming for the players of Reckoning now.
Absolutely. What a good round from Reckoning. A good trap setup this time to catch RVK. DC just wants to be a little more presumptuous. Too many utils for him to maybe work against, and too many players as well. The frenzy for the damage and the Phantom's head for the secure. A big round for Reckoning. They needed this one. Not a thrifty, but almost a thrifty.
Yes.
RVK, he was constantly pushing that ramp, so the camera was set up just to note him down. And a player to play on the back of that fault. This was activated as soon as the camera saw him. Lovely setup. And then BGG, man, he's been looking super crispy with these shots. On the Sheriff at least. His team needs it.
Of course they do. And finally Reckoning, once again having the economy. The ultimates, 2 major ultimates are also there to help them. Once again OG trying for that mid control, but this time it has been completely denied. But now Reckoning pushing the mid and finds one. Venka towards Seavers and Hawks as well. Dimensional Drift being invested by the players of OG. Deadly 10 gets one.
They basically spotted 4 players out. I'm pretty sure if this is a good call. Machiavelli still gets one, and Tricky will shut maybe the rest. No, not DC. Again, the last man standing. 2 players on the other side of the smoke. Sure if
concealment.
He's actually going to be going there. Nope, he's not. Reposition. Just waiting some of the question marks. Yep, drone position revealed. Everything is now on point, and the paranoia on phase. Just wants to run and survive, and BGG will not allow that to happen. Economy absolutely shat for OG. Maybe they can pull something off of a almost full buy for this one, but Reckoning on the back of that one. Thrifty are now coming back in this half. 4 rounds of defense. At least that's something to work with.
Enemy remaining.
Four rounds in defense on the map was could be the 5th one also. A 7-5. Maybe we can see a comeback from the side of Reckoning in the second half. But timeout has been called by the players of OG. And maybe after this timeout, OG can get the 8th round. I wonder what RVK is smelling at this point.
What?
That was on his cam. I just said it.
That's something I'd want to know, maybe. I would want to know is what's cooking in the heads of Reckoning now. But also at the same time, you know, Hacker just calling in that timeout right before the halftime shows you how important this one round is. And as I said, The economy for OG broken, shattered. They've got some ultimates to work with, but again, same thing could be said for the other side too. This is definitely not looking like any kind of fast hit whatsoever. They're maybe just trying to fake some mid presence. Maybe setting Makaveli up. Hale has been smoked off, so there's still a possibility for this man to eventually lurk up over towards the A, where player of Reckoning are playing all the way towards the backside. They want to play for the full retake, and they will flood retake on the back of Rio's rolling backer.
Monair also finds Venka. Great opening. Nightfall being invested from the side of OG. Sorry, Rolling Thunder being invested.
Hold on. Hold on.
The split also there. So many ultimates. And RVK finds Monair. Rio finds RVK. The Viper split is no longer there. DC, the last man standing in a 1v3 situation. Seems like a 5th round coming for the players of Reckoning. 5th one comes in. A 7-5 swap in the favor of OG. Next pistol, if RG ends, it's going to be an equalizer. Scared.
What a timeout call, and what a play. Orangutan wanted to utilize their heavy ultimates to eventually get this round and overwhelm the side of Reckoning, but Monair, he stood at screen, and as soon as Venka popped in his chopper, he just basically blasted him away with all of those shots, connected it perfectly. So that was one ultimate wasted, no space gained on back of it, and eventually there was just some desperate moves. RBK going in for the pit, DC going in for the Cosmic Divide, everything answered back perfectly. Rolling Thunder in order to stop the progress from Nightfall. Now in this pistol, mid aggression, mid push. It's all gonna be messy. It's gonna be brawly and tricky. He's ready to brawl.
6-1 for Reckoning, but RVK trying to equalize the numbers, getting 2.
Whoa!
Player standing.
3rd as well. Monair gets a trade onto DC. Is down to a 1v1 situation.
I have retrieved the spike.
Monair finally gets the spike, going for the plant towards the A side. But seems like car aware. But still waiting for the confirmation. Should we see Monair?
Maybe.
But that duel is going to be really important. RVK versus Monair.
40 seconds remaining now. How much can this guy do? There's a cam already placed, but no value is going to be found from that. Maybe a bit. It's all going to be time. The wall, he waits for the peak, and RBK is the more patient one. Deserves that appreciation. Held his ground, was necessary in big heaven when the entire cavalry was on top of him. Managed to finish them off one after the other. The first two were important, and then BGG had to force his way through the snake bite. And RBK was able to land in another headshot. Connects it onto Monair, plays the patience game.
It was really important for Reckoning. Finally, a Marshall and a Sheriff investment coming from the side of Reckoning in their eco round. Of course, an entire eco for a OG. Bulldog, Judge, Outlaw. Everything is there, and that Outlaw is going to be a knight for BGG, and so will for Monair. The fourth line on the back of it trying to make some sort of plays, but seems like Hawks is going to push A main. Finds one, finds a second, the last player remaining, and finally Venka will that judge and deal with Rio as well.
Flawless.
9-1 for OG, and yes, a flawless one.
Phenomenal approach. And now the demons in the back of Reckoning's head are probably going to get activated. That was a nasty shot though. Then just a follow-up. The confidence of Folks and Venka. Another hit. Almost the same thing though. Constantly trying target. Venka with the judge. Waits for BGG to move out forward. Now open read. Big mistake. Tricky's been taken down. Did not just catch Markaveli but also DC. And it's pretty healthy in terms of shields as well. Around 106 HP remaining. It's absolutely fine. And Hoax though a little too presumptive. Goes in the hands. Catch one. Long range fight. Nope. Monet denies that. And it's all down to Venka, who's got two people facing him. So can't really close that one out. Only BGG has the casualty. A pretty comfortable buy round conversion for Reckoning Esports. And they will stop on the back of it, Shadow. So that showstopper is going to be crucial for this next one.
But they need to get the value out of it. If OG do manage to dodge that showstopper, then the only win condition which Reckoning is having at this point will be gone. And maybe we'll see a 10th one for the players of OG. The bonus was denied, but still Reckoning are 3 rounds deficit and a fast mid execute is what Reckoning is looking for. Showstopper being invested. Let's see if he can get any value out of it. The tower control is what Reckoning needs at this point. They need to be very careful from the side of Makaveli. But RVK finds Monet, Tricky finds RVK. The trade game is there. The number switch with the plus of OG. Makaveli is still maintaining that B tower control with him. And now Reckoning the entire team up towards the B garage. Not looking like a good situation for all.
Doesn't seem to me that they're converting this one unless BGG maybe finds one on his own look timing, but it's a high-low setup by Venka and Makaveli. BGG does not even win the first one. And it indeed was ouch.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
Someone was saying Makaveli as a duelist is struggling at the start of the day, but seems like today that's not happening. Because to me it looks like he's winning every single important duel. The map of Lotus or Split, he certainly is. But Venka trying... Wait a second. Venka was the first one who saw Rio. And despite who is the one taking down Venka. Hawks deals with Rio and an easy 10th one for the players of OG. Should be a 2-0 now.
You're pretty hooked. But yes, I'd have to say a big step up from Makaveli. And it's not just him, right? It's the entire team. Look at them. Venka is the one who's bottom fragging. Never did I think that I'd see that. And that too on a duelist, that too on Raze. 11 and 12. It's just the trade potential that the team has gotten. They're doing such a fantastic job at that. And even the showstopper was used up in the previous round, so... Alright, he's able to get the camera. It's fine. No, never mind. He was not able to get the camera where he wanted to. Oh, dear, Monet. It's fine. Nothing falls in their favor right now, but maybe from this bench push, might be able to get something.
Timing, Rio, so crucial now.
Let's don't peek.
2 players, DC, RVK hiding inside that nebula. Rio just outside of it. He gets one. Can he get the second? No!
The trigger discipline.
No! The
So, generally, you would not expect 2 people to be sitting in that smoke for the entire round.
Exactly.
So maybe it was one.
The discipline from the side of DC. Kudos to him. Gets a trade. But still, OG is going for the plant.
Spike
It's a
planted.
4v4 retake. 3 rifles towards the side of Reckoning. But HP of Makaveli is not way too much. He's down to 23 HP.
Lovely
Flashes, that
enemy
trade.
remaining.
Yes.
Last player standing.
Can DC do that? And he indeed will. was all the way back and forth from starting minute to the last. Some good trades from Venka, Machiavelli, good combination. Flop flash popping out of that cage. But eventually it all came down to DC, the man in heaven, dropping down like an angel. And OG. And now just one away from series point. DC he's like, oh, alright, you know what, you didn't notice me.
And DC also took his sweet to go for that move. And after that, he was unstoppable. A 3K coming in. 11th one for OG should be the 12th one because once again, Reckoning they don't have an economy. It's just a judge. Venka finds Tricky, shuts him down. Once control is with the plus of Team Pan. Taking mid control seems to be so challenging for the plus of Reckoning. And once again, hiding inside that smoke. Deadly 10 comes out and Venka shuts him down. The showstopper is also there.
Oh!
And he finds Moner. A 3K for Venka. And should be a 12th one for OG.
Almost on for an ace, Rio. Seems to be his kryptonite, denying every highlight play to him. But Hook says it's fine. It's a highlight series for us. The apes are activated in the jungles of Split. And they seem unstoppable. And now eventually we know who's stronger in between the wolves and the apes.
The apes, of course, for now.
By miles.
Of course. 13-6 is what we are going to witness now. No timeout left. Finds Tricky.
Oh, God, not one, but two. No one checked the corner. Everything's crumbling. Things have been dropped down. Can't see, can't hear, and it's all down to Rio. Sends out the rolling thunder, but it seems like the clouds are not moving away on top of Reckoning. The Wolves can't howl as they are being brought down. And OG will prevail, ending the series in 2-0. Is absolutely madness. Nothing, Shadow, I repeat, nothing could have prepared me for what I've witnessed today. S8 UL 2-0, not even letting 5 rounds go away from them in the first series, and then OG, oh my god.
Even OG also did a similar thing, especially if you noticed in the first few rounds did went in the favor of Orangutan. The attack, the defense, everything was fantastic from the side of Orangutan. Yes, everyone knew it is going to be a 2-0 series, except for me. But no one knew it is going to be in the favor of Orangutan.
Seems like, you know, at this point even I kind of believe that maybe the team that I predict will eventually not close the series out. Everyone
You
else.
are a real jinxer, Scared. I have been saying this time and time again.
You know what? It's super fun now. By the way, guys, call me up if you really want your team to win. I'll just leave a number there.
Better get paid for
absolutely fine. Look at the highlights of the previous game, man. This was just a crazy game. OG from start had control of what was happening in the entire map. Even though it seemed that Reckoning have kind of prepared against RVK, they were not prepared for Venka. They were not prepared for it. And I'd have to say, Isha, so many rounds that OG got are thanks to DC, because he on the Astra individually pushes, gets the pick, and then puts his team in an advantage.
Every single time OG was in what Reckoning was bringing in, OG always had an answer to it. Be it Venka, so phenomenal as a race, special showstopper, and a showstopper. 2Ks, 3Ks, every single round convert, and Machiavelli also. And he was able to get that onto the plus of Reckoning. But how many first kills do Makaveli has actually?
You're
Because
asking for those, yeah.
Because he was actually contributing a lot to the team. But I
agree.
have to say one thing, that you're definitely taking tips from one of our fellow casters, that is Maisie. And the fun fact, you haven't even met him yet.
No, I have actually. I have met him a couple of
You
times.
have?
Yeah.
That's the reason.
Oh my god.
He's giving you those secret tips. You guys are sharing DMs, I'm sure.
I met him long back, first of all the way back in 2022 and then in 2024, but man, never really have thought that OG are actually gonna 2-0 Reckoning Esports, but I am pretty glad, you know, the fact that Hacker was giving a good amount of respect to Reckoning, and what Reckoning did the exact same thing, giving respect to the members of OG. It clearly stands out. 12 first kills for them, and even look at the post-plant conversion. Out of 12 rounds, Shadow was able to plant the spike in 9 of those rounds.
Yes. And the post plant didn't look that great for the players of Reckoning. First of all, they didn't get a chance to play too many rounds, but out of that also, they were able to convert only one, and the MVP has to be Venka with 1.5 KDA, 285 ACS, damage per round is going to be 174, headshot percentage is 29.6%, and the first kills are 3, because I'm sure the first kills where Makaveli is shining.
Probably. If only we could see that startup as well. In Venka, there was a time when this man was he was absolutely at the bottom in terms of those skills for his team, and then just scaled up to 21, 20, 15, 2. The 3 first bloods for this guy. 13 and 10 for Makaveli. I'd have to say, you know, at least on the defense, Makaveli was looking impeccable. Rough start for the entire evening, but a good ending for the day. That's all you need. Struggles for Reckoning Esports, BGG, Munair, both of them this time not even hitting double digits in terms of those kills. Rio as well struggling for the same. It was eventually moving down to just a one-man show of Tricky on 318 ACS, so that's highest in the entire server. But overall, still a really good job, well done by OG. And to be honest, now I'm even more hopeful as to what they're going to do tomorrow, or rather the days after that, right? Because they've still got quite a lot of matches remaining, and I think so this actually puts the solid position on the leaderboard itself.
Of course it does, of course it. And OG, after getting this victory, their confidence is going to be amped up, because the previous few games were not really in, and they really needed this win in their pockets, and seems like since that has already happened, so the upcoming match are going to be really good for the. But speaking about the upcoming matches, I don't think they're having their match tomorrow. No, OG is not having their matchup tomorrow.
Yeah, they've already played, if I'm not wrong, 4 games already till now. They've won 2 of them, they've lost 2 of them. There's still few teams who've only played, and if I'm not wrong, not a lot of them are in the top 3. Like all the top 3 teams, they've only played 3 games till now. So maybe we're gonna be seeing them some changes out there in the top 3 itself. I'm pretty sure that OG have pushed themselves forward on that 4th spot, and I think so that's comfortable for now. Not for the entire event, but yes, for now at least, because you would really want to be in the top 3 to gain maximum points, because split 1, split 2, split 3, all 3 splits combined, that's how much points you will be able to secure, which will eventually help you move in the playoffs. Top 4 teams, based on the points that they gain from all 3 splits, will move to the Ascension playoffs. I did like the mentality of Reckoning, I have to say. They said that they're looking for Ascension. But yes, right now, they've got to look back on this entire series and few mistakes, or maybe a lot of those mistakes that they were making.
Yes, especially on the map of Lotus. I do agree the series did push on to the overtime, but still Reckoning should have got a comfortable victory on their strong map, which eventually didn't happen. So yes, that also brings up the conversation that Reckoning really need to fix those mistakes, because let's be honest, Velocity, Reckoning, Revenant Esports, these are the few teams which are for the qualification for the qualifiers of Ascension. They have to be in the grand finals of the VCS is split one. So yes, the pressure is definitely going to be there on the shoulders of Reckoning. As soon as they fix their mistakes, that's going to be much better for them in the long run. And I'm sure the IGL and the coach, they are going to sit and have a talk with each other that really panned down and went wrong in today's match, Stoji.
Because, you know, even when we move to the third map, that's going to be Haven. I think so.
Yes.
If this series would have gone to that map itself, OG would have had a better chance at closing it out, because Hawks has been constantly picking that map up to play. Even though their record has been a bit shaky, I'd still say the past 2 games that they had were basically against the top Goliaths, right? The top teams that we always talk about, Revenant Esports, even Velocity. So it's absolutely fine for them to fumble there a bit, because overall this team has been lacking that practice. But now, since they've been playing together for quite a while, I think so, yes, this team is definitely in at least that top 4. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you're waiting for that interview, so let's quickly move on to Hawks, who's waiting there as well.
Hello.
What's up?
फाइनली
बढ़िया
एक
बढ़िया
स्माइल दिखी है इतने दिनों बाद एक जीतने को मिला है।
आज संडे है ना, आज संडे है, रेस्ट कुछ नहीं
अच्छा 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 ये वाला बढ़िया जीतने को वैसे मिला गेम लोटस पे। क्या ओटी में ऐसी क्या बात हुई जो इतना क्लोज चला गया, फिर फाइनली क्लोज कर ही लिया?
पता नहीं यार, हमारे सारे गेम ही क्लोज जा रहे हैं, जितनी भी सीरीज है, वीएलटी से भी, आरएनटी से भी, ये भी गेम क्लोज जा रहे हैं, मतलब सारे गेम क्लोज जा रहे हैं। बस वो है कि क्लोज आउट हमारे फेवर में नहीं हो रहा है, तो आज हो गए हमारे फेवर में क्लोज आउट, अच्छे डिसीजंस लिए। स्प्लिट तो ऐसा कुछ स्प्लिट में तो रखने ऐसा थी भी नहीं, ऐसा लग रहा था।
मैं ये पूछना रहा था, स्प्लिट कुछ ये स्ट्रेटेजिक रीजंस की वजह से लिया गया था या सोचा कि चलो आज नया मैप ट्राई करना है? व्हाट वाज द रीजन बिहाइंड दिस मैप?
स्प्लिट आई थिंक हमारा स्प्लिट पहले से ही अच्छा है। हमने आरएनटी के अगेंस्ट भी स्प्लिट लिया था आई थिंक। हाँ, आरएनटी के अगेंस्ट भी हमने
7 राउंड आए
स्प्लिट
थे।
पिक करा था, तो हाँ
Yes,
तो
yes.
स्प्लिट हमारा अच्छा था। हाँ, उस टाइम पे थोड़ी मिस्टेक्स हुई थी, वो हमने बात करके रिजॉल्व करी और आज हो गया आरजी के साथ जो हुआ।
अभी आगे आने वाली टीम्स के लिए कोई मैसेज?
नहीं कोई मैसेज नहीं। यू गाइस कैन डू व्हाट यू वांट, विल डू व्हाट वी वांट।
फीनिक्स, एनी क्वेश्चंस?
राइट मैन, मेरा बस यही क्वेश्चन है कि मकावली को हम और कितना इस यूरो पे देखने वाले हैं, क्योंकि फ्यूचर में तो कभी ना कभी एक ऐसा मैप आएगा जहाँ पर यूरो इतना वैल्यूबल ना हो।
नहीं प्लीज,
बहुत स्पैम होने वाला है।
बहुत
थैंक यू
माकावेली का योरू इंडिया में आई थिंक इंडिया का बेस्ट योरू है माका।
यस,
आई डोंट थिंक कोई और है, तो व्हाई नॉट? जो भी मैप पे मैं डाल सकता हूँ उसको योरू में डालता हूँ। मैं मैच से पहले पूछता हूँ खेलना है, वो बोलता है हाँ, मैं बोला चल खेल।
लेट्स गो मैन,
दैट्स परफेक्ट। अच्छा लगा बात करके। कांग्रेचुलेशंस ऑन योर विक्ट्री। जाइए आप भी मैच एंजॉय करिए, दूसरा मैच चल रहा है चैंपियंस।
यस सबको दूसरा मैच देखना है।
थैंक यू कह रहे हैं कि जल्दी कर दिया।
हाँ जाते बाय बाय।
Wow. Oh, wow. All right. I'm just not going to talk about that at all, right? I'm not talking about that. But yes, there's this fun fact where he mentioned he does not pre-prepare any comment before the game. He's like, Maka, you want to play Yoru? He's like, yes, I want to play Yoru. Go ahead, play Yoru. And they're like, all right, going with the fly. That's the OG I love.
You know him, Yoru, who is going to be the happiest person? Fritz, no one else. Fritz just wants to see Yoru on every single map. More than Spartus, I think it's going to be Fritz.
They're both.
And the reason Phoenix likes Phoenix is just because his name is Phoenix.
Yeah, true. I'm telling
No
you,
other
man,
reason.
Spartus and Fritz are probably the biggest Yoru simp in India entirely. But for now, let's quickly have a look at the overall standings. VLT being first, Revenant Esports second, Reckoning third. All of them have only played 3 matches, so maybe it's gonna change tomorrow. All the 4 matches have, but this team still sitting comfortably on that 4th spot. S8UL, Global Esports Academy, Aura, Asterisk, all of them eventually falling all the way down in 5th, 6th, 7th and 8th places. Maybe S8UL can eventually move a bit more forward if in case they win out their series in a 2-0 fashion. But let's have a look at tomorrow's matches, and it's going to be S8UL up against Revenant Esports and City against Global Esports Academy.
And the golden question for you, Scare, what are your predictions for tomorrow?
No. Oh my goodness, I'm not telling
You
that.
have to. You
Let
can
the people
start.
enjoy.
No, you have to give the prediction.
What? Nah, all
Yeah.
right. You know what? I'll just wait for my producer's call. If he says that I should give the prediction, I will give the predictions. If he says that I should not, I'll not give the predictions. If he does not say anything predictions either, it seems like we're not getting any. But yes, I think so. I am really on for a very good series given the performance that SA2L showed today. I'm pretty sure that tomorrow's match is going to be even more crucial for them and probably more closer than we previously anticipated it to be. For the next one, Velocity and Global Esports Academy. Yeah, now that's where I think so. Velocity will have a big advantage if Global Esports Academy cannot break through that barrier that they have now.
See, I do agree that Global Esports me versus Velocity Gaming, it can be a one-sided map where Velocity Gaming is going to get a victory, but I really want the players of Global Esports Academy to give a strong competition and maybe just surprise everyone, the viewers, the casters, and I always love to be surprised. If SA2L wins, I'm going to be super happy. If Global Esports wins, I'm going to be double happy, but the chances of that happening are really slim. You're not giving me any prediction, but I don't know what you are thinking.
I don't know what I'm thinking, but it's absolutely fine, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Some surprises there, but some are left for tomorrow. So make sure to join in tomorrow as well for some fun Valorant action. Have a good night.